Okay, I'm back with you. All right, so
good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Judge.
Hey, first up, I have Ms. Fanning.
Yes, Your Honor. I have Mr. Joseph Brown. We're scheduled for exam at 11:30. However, I am going to be requesting the competency. So I was trying to get in early enough so that the prosecutor would know, so that her witnesses wouldn't have to show.
Who's the APA on that?
Your Honor, I'm not sure who my APA is. I don't recall her name.
Okay, she's here.
Okay. Thank you.
Case number 2405-532901 for the State District versus Joseph Brown Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 Jackie. Defendant has a habitual offender for mandatory 25 years sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Diana Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
And if it pleases the court, Attorney Andrea Fanning, P 42853, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Joseph Brown. Your Honor, I believe I'm prepared to waive his appearance. He may be present in the building. But again, at this time, I'm requesting a competency for him.
All right. Court will refer the defendant to the Forensic Center for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for May 6, 2024 at 8:30.
Okay, and Your Honor, just so that I'm clear, it's my understanding that the district courts will no longer do the referral for criminal responsibility. Am I correct?
Standing as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Ms. Phillips.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here. Good morning. I'm here for Taiwan Matthews. It's a competency review. And our APA is Elizabeth Moore. It looks like she's not here yet.
Okay, I'll come back to you then.
Okay.
Mr. Cripps. Mr. Cripps, are you there? Mr. Cripps going once?
Yeah, Judge. I'm here, Judge. So
Okay. Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
I have Wilma Turner competency hearing. She now has a scheduled competency interview set for February 16th.
Okay, let me call the case.
So
Let me call it.
All right, case number 2305-881501. The state of Michigan versus Wilma Turner. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Kurt on behalf of the people, P84009.
And good morning, Judge David Cripps, P34972, appearing on behalf of Miss Wilma Turner, who's joined us by Zoom.
Ms. Turner, tell us your name for the record. Was here. I don't
Well,
see
Judge,
her.
I'm prepared to waive her. I can waive her appearance. I know she was on early. We have a forensic interview for competency set for February 16th at the Center for Forensic Psychiatry.
Okay.
Perhaps a month after that date.
All right, that's what I'm thinking.
People
We'll
would agree.
set a review date for March 18th. We'll adjourn the competency hearing to March 18th at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too. Have a good day, everybody.
Ms. Nance. Ms. Nance going once. Ms. Nance going twice. Moving on, Mr. Edison.
Yes, good morning, Judge. I have Dennis Woods.
Okay.
Case number 2405-546401. People in the state of Michigan versus Dennis Woods Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, domestic violence, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drains of the people, P number 60249.
Jeffrey Edison, P25912, on behalf of Dennis Woods. Your Honor, I have reached out to Mr. Woods via the phone number on the appointment and have not been able to reach him. I would request to waive his presence and request an exam date, and I will send correspondence to the address in the file.
Okay, the court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is February 12th at 9 o'clock?
That's fine, Your Honor.
February 12th at 9 o'clock, file will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everyone have a continued great day.
Thank you as well. Mr. Donovan.
Good morning, Judge. I am Mr. Epperson, who's at the, I believe, the Macomb County Jail. I thought I saw him signed down there. Oh, there he is.
He's here.
Yes.
I see him. Okay. Ms. Ripley, is that your case, Epperson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we're ready on Epperson.
Case number 2405-504801. People in the state of Michigan versus Travati Epperson. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Gonick on behalf of Mr. Epperson. My bar number is P43716.
Mr. Epperson, tell us your name for the record.
Ravonte Herbert Epperson.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Donovan?
Your Honor, I would ask for an exam date to be set. There was a bit of a problem. When I went to the Wayne County, they didn't, on the assignment sheet, it didn't indicate that Mr. Epperson was in Macomb County. It said Wayne County. When I went to the Wayne County Jail, they had no record of him, and I haven't been able to track. You know, I just learned that he was in Macomb County.
Do we know how long he's going to be there?
I do not know. Mr. Epperson, do you know how long you're going to be in Macomb County?
I'm fighting the whole case here.
All right, so it sounds like we're gonna have to rid him out from there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to set it for February 21st at 10 o'clock. Is that a good date and time?
It is, Your Honor.
That's a good day for the people, Judge.
All right, February 21st at 10 o'clock. Final, we continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Jersey.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here on Frederick Barnett.
Oh, okay, that's set for competency hearing.
Right. He was found not competent but restorable.
Okay, let me call the case.
Case number 2206-009701, people of the state of Michigan versus Pretrial Barnett. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal section conduct. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Robert Jerzik for the defendant, Frederick Barnett. I don't know who's here for the prosecutor's office. And Mr. Barnett, I thought he was in the Wayne County Jail. I don't see him.
He was referred for a competency evaluation, maybe at the forensic center.
Well, he was found not.
His presence for purposes of this hearing?
Yes.
For the way the defendant's presence, my understanding is that we have a competency report back finding him incompetent.
We had that for some time, and you had referred him to see if they could restore him to competency. If he hasn't been restored to competency, I'd ask that the matter be dismissed. He's been in there almost a year.
Not after the statutory time has passed.
I don't know if the statutory time has passed, but he's been there for like 10 months.
Oh, no. I think it's 15 months.
Okay.
All right, so I will refer him for further treatment. We'll set a review date for May 6th at 8:30.
May 5th at 8:30?
May 6th at 8:30.
May 6th. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Yes, Judge. I have Bernard Meadows on your docket. He is also on your docket tomorrow. He has two different cases, both in your court. I don't know if Your Honor wants to try to consolidate them by having the case for tomorrow brought to today, or just adjourn today's matter to tomorrow and set preliminary exams on both cases tomorrow.
You represent him on both cases?
I am appointed to represent him on both cases, yes.
And Judge, if I may, I did have a chance to look at that case that's set for tomorrow. That's actually not a DV case. When it's charged at bay, there's no DV. The charge does not involve a domestic violence victim.
Okay, so that's going to go to another courtroom, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and do Meadows now.
Calling case number 2405-545901. People of the state of Michigan versus Bernard Meadows. Defendant is charged in count 1, stalking aggravated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Durham of the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, representing Bernard Meadows. He is in custody at the Wayne County Jail. I'm not sure I don't believe that's him there on the screen, but I'd ask the court to waive his appearance for purposes of today's PCC.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, I have paper discovery, but not yet digital discovery. I am requesting any body worn camera that's available before the preliminary exam, and then also a in-person preliminary exam.
Thank you. Yes, and I have already reached out to the officer in charge of this case and have requested digital discovery because I don't have it yet. I'll give it to you as soon as I have it.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on House February 12th at 10 o'clock.
That was the day and time I would be requesting, Judge. That's perfect.
Okay, great. February 12th at 10 o'clock on the week continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Kraus.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Is Miss Bell on the docket for today? Jasmine Bell?
I have you down for Jesse Maven.
Oh,
Bell too. And we also have Bell.
okay.
Yes, Jasmine Bell and Jesse Maven.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Maben. I'm going to have to reach out to Miss Silver. And I also believe that's a special prosecutor, Miss Rozak.
Well, I did have a Miss Silver sighting. She popped in for a second, went back out. So we'll do Bell for now then. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-903-01, people technician versus Jasmine Bell. Within discharge in count 1 for rejection, paragraph 4-3, count 2 criminal sexual paragraph 4-3.
Do I have an APA here for Bell? Doesn't look like it.
I believe it's Miss Strange. No, it wouldn't be Miss Strange.
Just check outside. I thought she was here.
We're checking the hallway to see if we have any lingering out there.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Who did we say was the APA on yours, Ms. Phelps?
Elizabeth Moore. I've emailed her, but I'm not sure what she can do.
All right. Morning.
Good morning, Judge. She just called Jasmine Bell.
Yes. Your appearance for the record, please.
It's Kristen Curry on behalf of the people.
And Sarah Kraus, appearing on behalf of Jasmine Bell. Judge, I would waive her presence for this hearing. She is in custody at the Wayne County Jail.
Or to waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, I did forward the court this morning a letter from Dr. Atara Abramsky. Dr. Abramsky did meet with Miss Bell. She is in the process of completing her report. She is waiting on some medical records from Stonecrest. She asked for 2 additional weeks to be able to author her report. So I am asking this court for an adjournment at this time.
Okay, I will adjourn it to February 21st at 8:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so what are we gonna do with Maven?
I'm going to try to reach out to Miss Silver if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't look like Wilma Turner. What's your name, sir? Oh, there she is. Ms. Turner, your matter's been adjourned to March 18th at 8:30, okay?
Okay,
Have a good day.
thank you.
Sir, in the Wayne County Jail, what's your name?
There you go.
Say your name.
Say your name, sir.
For me,
Yeah.
the beneficiary of the state. I'm here today for the state.
What's your name, sir? I don't know who the beneficiary is.
Excuse me?
What is your name?
I'm coming to appear as the beneficiary of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, forget all that. What did your mom call you when she named you? I have no idea who you are, sir. Okay, well, you're gonna sit there until I figure out who you are.
I'm not under that jurisdiction to consent to the name, Your Honor. That's appearing under your jurisdiction.
You're capious then, because I'm looking for Mr. Pollard. If you're not Mr. Pollard, then you're not here, and a warrant will be for your arrest, and you can sit in jail till you rot for all I care.
That's fine, Your Honor, but that's.
Deputy, you can remove him, he's not here.
He's not here today because he doesn't exist.
Okay, bye.
The all caps entity.
I'm talking to you, goodbye.
Sorry about that, Judge. That was Kevin Pollard.
Okay,
And
thank you, I appreciate it, no problem.
and then we're gonna. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
He doesn't want to be here, he doesn't have to be. I don't know who the beneficiary is, that's not on my document.
I understand. And we're gonna, do you need Eric Carlson?
Yes, eventually we will. His attorney hasn't showed up yet, though.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna log on another device, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We're gonna log on another device with Mr. Carlson.
Okay.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Silver.
Morning.
What can I do for you?
I have an exam. Or two.
Oh, okay. Did Ms. Cross get in touch with you about Maven?
About what?
Maven?
What about him?
Is that for PCC or I'm sorry, comp hearing today?
Did you guys get a report? I haven't received a report. Also, I have an exam, a CSC at 11, and the defendant is in prison and he's not been brought.
That's not good.
They just checked. It's long. Oh, thank you. 41.
One of those days, I said.
Yeah, so I don't have a report on Maven. I can have my office right now call or contact at the forensic center and see if there is one.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Where do we stand on the exam?
I'm ready on that one.
Who's the APA on that?
No idea.
It's locked, it's fine.
I'm sorry.
Well, it is locked, but it's locked in. Give me 1 second to step out and call my office about meeting, Judge.
Okay. Please, Law. Okay. Do you have witnesses on that?
I'm sorry.
Do you have witnesses?
One judge.
Okay. Ms. James.
Next day.
Ms. James, are you some kind of nut magnet or what?
Apparently.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
Anyway, Mr. Pollard, at least I thought that was Mr. Pollard.
It was.
Jail, but he said he's the beneficiary or something or other. So I
Yes,
had him.
you are the trustee. Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yep.
We're gonna go ahead and call that. You waive his presence if you like. If not, you don't have to. You can call Pollard.
Call me, case number 2405-538-101, for the state of Michigan versus Kenneth Pollard. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of, you know I know his name. Mr. Pollard. Your Honor, I did see Mr. Pollard on here earlier.
Erica Moses on behalf of the people, Your Honor,
He
P784.
said that wasn't his name. Is that you, Ms. Moses?
Yes, Your Honor, that's mine. I'm sorry.
Pollard, okay. What's your pleasure, Ms. James?
Judge, I'm asking that he be referred for competency and criminal responsibility.
Okay, we don't do the criminal responsibility at the exam stage anymore, but I will refer to the evaluation. We'll send a review date for May 6, 2024 at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Ms. Moses. Ms. Moses?
Yes.
Okay, let's do please. Sorry. Please, Lawful. You have to stand. Calling case 24-55151 for the state of Michigan versus Queens Earl Lofton Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree, incapacitated victim. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kristen Curry on behalf of the people. And good morning, Your Honor. Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Ples Lofton.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
I'm ready, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
1, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before you call your witnesses?
Because the only thing I would note is that, depending on the testimony today, the complaints or the information would change to either digital or penile penetration.
Okay.
Judge, the only thing that I would ask before we begin is that after I reviewed all of the discovery in this matter, it's abundantly clear to me that I have not been provided with all of the body worn camera video in this case. I have received body worn camera video for 2 police officers. And after watching the video, it's clear that there were others that were out there that had video. And I would ask to be provided with all of it.
So I'll look into it. Right, this is the first I'm hearing that.
All right.
Thank you. I'll send her names of who I believe is missing. Thank you, Judge.
Very good. Okay, call your witness.
Judge, the people we're gonna call Micaiah Merriweather.
While we're waiting for her to come in, do you think, this is off the record on this case, but do you think we can figure out if they're gonna have this guy here for 11? Because, so Ms. Rozak, I don't know how we might handle that.
I have no idea. The county jail doesn't have the knowledge, chances are they're not going to.
Yeah, I checked over the weekend. I checked on Friday evening, actually, and he wasn't there, and I checked again yesterday, he wasn't there. And he's not downstairs according to your officer.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep right up here. Keep your voice up nice and loud. Speaking to that microphone that goes to your left once you sit down, okay? You may begin when you're ready. You can actually pick that face of that microphone up and place it in your lap so you can speak directly to the microphone. Okay? There you go. You may begin when you're ready. She's gonna ask a question. Is it red? Go ahead, hit it, turn it on. There you go. Maybe give me ready.
And just so we're clear too, there is, I would ask that there be a visual order of frustration. The officer in charge is in the room. I'd ask that she be allowed to stand.
Any objection to the OIC remain?
I'd like her name on the record, but Judge, I don't have any objection.
Her name is Tatiana Walton, TatianaWalton.
All right, there doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom. What's your name, sir? Are you involved in this case at all?
That's a relative of my client's. It's not a witness.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Make a seat.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your first and last name correctly?
Micaiah Merriweather, first name Micaih, last name Meriweather.
And ma'am, I'm going to take you back to January the 4th of this year. Where were you living at that time?
On Cruz Street.
I'm sorry, what street?
Cruz Street.
Can you spell that, please?
CRUSE.
Okay. And whose house was that?
My mom.
Who lived there with you?
My mom, my little brother, me, my brother, my daughter.
And you said, Ples, is there somebody, do you recognize somebody in the courtroom by that name?
Yes.
And can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
White shirt.
So no.
And you said your brother?
Yes.
And what's his name?
Michael Merriweather.
And was there anybody else in the house that lived there?
Besides my daughter.
Okay. And how old is your daughter?
2.
And going back to January 4th, when is your birthday?
January 4th.
And were you doing something on January 4th, 2024 to celebrate your birthday?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I had a big shot.
And where did you go?
We went to play the friend house.
And do you remember where that was?
No.
Do you remember the name of the person?
Nickname.
And what was the nickname?
Red.
Red? Is that R as an R-E-D?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so Who all went to this house?
Oh, well, my mom came and got me. I was at home still getting ready. Then she came and got me with, two other females in the car.
And, who was driving the car?
My mom.
All right. And then, do you remember what time you got there?
Got there. No later than 1 a.m.
Okay. Had you been drinking prior to 1 a.m.?
No.
And, when you got to this house around 1, what were y'all doing?
They was telling me it was time to take shots for my birthday.
Okay. And when you say shots, what's that mean?
Take drink some liquor.
Drink what? I'm sorry.
Liquor.
Okay. And was there a specific liquor, the name of the liquor?
People say Lulu, but it's like Lulu, how you pronounce it?
Do you have any idea what type of liquor that is?
Tequila, I believe.
Okay. How many shots did you do, if you remember?
3 or 4, very small.
Okay. And was everybody else drinking at the time?
Yes, they were already drinking prior before I got there.
Objection, judge calls for speculation if she wasn't there.
Sustained.
When your mom and the females that picked you up, did your mom appear intoxicated?
Yeah, she said they already.
Objection, objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what anybody said, you can't talk about what anybody said. Did she appear intoxicated to you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to this house, what about the other, what about the defendant? Did he appear intoxicated to you?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you known the defendant?
She was born on 11. When I was
Sorry.
first came around.
Can you repeat that?
I was 10 going on 11 when we first came around.
And is that 10 or 11 years of age?
Yeah.
And how old are you today?
21.
Okay. Is your mom and him married, divorced, together?
Married.
So going back to January 4th, at some point, did you have anything else to drink besides the shot that you referred to as?
No.
When you were there, did you observe everybody else drink?
Yes.
Do you remember at some point did you leave this house that belonged to the defendant's friend?
I'm sorry, did you read it?
Absolutely. Did you at some point during that night, you said you got there at 1, and what did you at some point leave that house that you were with everyone?
Yes.
And who did you leave with?
My mom and Gladys.
Do you have any idea what time this was?
It's like before.
And do you remember how you got home?
Direct in the car. After that, I'm not about in the car till the time we get.
Do you have any idea who drove the car?
No.
Okay. Do you remember coming into the door you said on, was it Cruz Street?
Yeah.
And is that in the city of Detroit, County, Winston, Michigan?
Yeah.
And do you remember walking through the door?
Yeah.
And you remember what happened after you walked through the door?
I went to my room.
And I'm sorry.
I went to my room. Got me ready.
Okay. And is the house on Cruz, is it a duplex? Is it 2-story?
Single family home.
And where is your bedroom in relation to the house?
To the back of the house.
And where does your mother and the defendant sleep?
Upstairs.
All right. So you, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you went into your room and got into bed. Do you remember what you were wearing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
A gray jumpsuit.
And was it a 1-piece, 2-piece?
One.
And do you remember if you took off your clothes before you got in bed?
I didn't take it off.
At some point, did something happen while you were in bed?
Yeah.
And do you remember falling asleep at some point?
Yes, I was asleep.
And then can you explain to me what happened after you fell asleep?
After I fell asleep, I got woken up to my jumpsuit comes out, my right side. I feel like a little girl, so I thought I would it was knotted back off, and then once I heard the suction, something went into my blood vessel, and jumped and turned around.
Okay, let me stop you there. Did you, was there ever a light come on in your room, if you remember?
You know, my room was dark.
And did you have a door?
I have a plastic thermal, working sticks on the door.
Can it be locked or no?
No.
Okay.
It's like a magnetic door.
Okay. And now you said you felt your jumpsuit coming down on your right shoulder. What was going through your mind at that point? And you said that you heard a suction noise. Can you describe what you mean by that to me?
Not like, you know, the sound of the room.
When you say demonstrate, is that something that you feel that you could recreate?
Yeah.
Okay, and was it like, what do you mean by that? Go ahead.
Like that.
And so for the record, you put your finger in your mouth and then you pulled it out and you made a sound.
Yes, but no.
Okay, all right. And so what is the next thing that you remember?
After the council, after the session, something went in my blood, and made a jump, I jumped around.
Okay. So you said something in your butt. So there's two parts to that. Well, when you say something, do you have any idea what it was? You're certain it was you're almost certain it was the finger?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her, and I would ask that she get the answers, not the prosecutor. Can she repeat her answer, or maybe the court reporter can read out the first answer? Yeah, probably best.
Court reporter, can you read what she said?
But going back when she was saying what went in her butt, there was something else. After that, can you read back the question and answers? Judge, there's
After that, I turned around and the defendant ran out of my room. To get the idea what it was, certain yes, it was the second voice.
Thank you, Don.
You guys are.
You totally missed it. But there is somebody who has come into the courtroom, and I would like to know who that is. I think she needs to be.
She's an executive in our office this Sunday.
Oh, she's, yeah, okay. I thought she was.
Did you, was there ever a light on it? And did you have a door?
Yes, lastly,
Locked or?
yeah.
Okay. And now you said you got your jumps coming out of your right shoulder. What was going through your right? And it said that you put these suction was described. When you say demonstrate, is that something that you really create? Okay, and was it like how would we and so for the record, push your finger in your mouth and you pull it out and you make sound. Okay, all right. And so what is that?
After the council, after the session, my blood, and jump, I jumped around.
So you said something in that so there's two parts to that. So when you took something, do you have any idea what you're almost certain?
Judge, what did she say? I didn't hear what her response was before the prosecutor started talking.
So you said something in that so there's two parts to that. So when you took something, do you have any idea what you're almost certain? I'm sorry, I think what she said.
She said, thank you.
Okay.
May I proceed?
Why do you think it was
Yeah, I mean, after the section, again, it included,
Keep your voice up, please.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
they didn't feel right.
It didn't feel, what didn't feel right?
It didn't feel right.
And you said you described it as your plus. Can you, what do you mean by that? Where do you think that? Okay. And what thing did you do?
It made me jump and I turned around.
And when you turn around, you say jump, did you jump, what does that mean?
Jump and turn around.
And the record shrug your shoulders and then you turn to the side?
No, I turned. Around.
Okay. And what did you see about it? Was there ever any conversation at all? Right after that occurred, did he say anything to you? And then what did you do?
I waited until my mom was to tell me. And she never looked up. I had enough of it the next morning.
What's up, please?
I had enough of it the next morning, so I went and I ended up telling my mom on the phone.
And at some point, did you go and get a sexual assault hit done?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
Not really the day.
And you said you had a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah.
And did you ever say anything to him?
I gave him a hug.
Okay. And was there any conversation that preceded that hug?
He said he didn't want to lose his family.
Judge Alvarez.
Cross-examine.
Yes, thank you. So, just going backtracking, he said that he didn't want to lose his family or your mother, is that correct?
Yeah.
So he apologized to you, is that right?
Yes.
Even though he said that he didn't remember anything happening, but he apologized nonetheless because you seemed upset, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, this occurred, according to you, on January 4th, is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police, correct?
No.
You remained in the home with your mother and Mr. Lofton, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you didn't do anything else until you had a conversation with somebody named Michael Merriweather, who is your father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Michael, you're doing great. You don't have to get that close to it. It'll still pick it up, okay? And Michael Merriweather, although he is your father, he's somebody that you didn't have. Thank you, Judge. That you didn't have that close of a relationship with, is that correct?
That's right, you do that.
Yeah, even though he is your biological father, he's not somebody that you have that close of a relationship with, is that correct? No, you were very close with Mr. Merriweather? Okay. And so the way that all of this came out, so to speak, is you told your father on January 7th what had happened, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you all went over to Mr. Lofton's home with guns, is that correct?
I was already.
Okay, they came over with guns, is that correct?
Okay.
Mr. Merriweather, your father, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay, and went into the home threatening Mr. Lofton and your mother, is that correct?
It was already good. You asked for a place to come downstairs.
At gunpoint, correct?
At gunpoint.
Okay, he didn't have his guns out?
I went in the back room, my father entered the home.
Okay, so you don't know if he had a gun out then, is that correct? Okay, you don't know if he had a gun out, is that what you're saying?
He didn't have a gun when we came in the home.
Okay, so you don't know if or when he pulled out a gun, is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
But nonetheless, your mother called the police to come to the home because of the weapons, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you told us that you, on January 4th, it was your 21st birthday, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you had 3 to 4 shots of tequila, is that correct?
Yes.
Could have been more, could have been less, is that a fair statement?
No more.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, you're absolutely positive that that's all you had? Okay, who was pouring the shots for you?
My mom.
Okay, and anybody else pour you a shot? And is it you don't remember because you were a little bit intoxicated?
I saw my mom to lick my.
Okay, you told us that you got in the car to go home, but you don't know who was driving the car, right?
Yes, I nodded off and was in the car.
Okay. Is that because you were intoxicated or just so tired that you don't know who was driving?
I was a little buzzed.
A little buzzed? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, besides the tequila shots, were you smoking any weed or any other kind of drugs?
No, so.
Okay, so the answer is no? Okay. When you got home, you told us that you got into bed and you kept on your clothing, your jumpsuit, didn't put on pajamas or change. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Is that because you were buzzed? Okay. Now, the jumpsuit that you were wearing, so that we get an accurate description of it for the court, was, I think you told us it was a gray jumpsuit, is that right?
Yes.
And it had long sleeves, is that correct?
Yes.
And it had no zippers or buttons or anything on the front or the back, is that correct?
Yes.
So the way you had to get into it is, and it had a higher collar in the front and the back, is that right?
Not in the front.
Okay, the front came down a little bit low, right? Okay, and so the way you had to get into it is through the neck of the jumpsuit, is that a fair statement? Like you have to put your legs in through the neck, because
Yes, that's what you have to do.
yeah, no other way to get into it, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would be the same to take it down or to take it off, is that correct?
Yes.
I need a moment, please. I have to have these cards. Sorry. Earlier. First witness, please.
Okay.
I'm showing you, ma'am, two pictures. And the first one that you're looking at, is that the sort of a side view of the jumpsuit that you were wearing that night?
Yes,
And that's at the party, taking up the party, is that correct?
yes,
And the second photograph is also a picture of the jumpsuit from the party, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, I would move for the admission of those two exhibits, please. No objection. Thank you. Now, you told us that when you got into your bed and you passed out or fell asleep or something, is that correct? Okay, and you said you woke up to the right side of your jumpsuit coming down. Can you describe how that was happening? Yeah, loud, please, loud.
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, you're pulling your t-shirt off your shoulder, and then was it pulled all the way down so your arm came out too? Okay, so whoever's doing this to you is really working hard to manipulate your body to get this jumpsuit off. Is that a fair statement? Okay, and then did the left side come down too?
No.
Okay.
I was laying on my left side.
Okay, so you're laying on your left side. How is it coming down all the way to your butt?
It's a stretching too.
Okay, so your testimony is that your arm gets pulled out, jumpsuit comes down all the way past your butt because it's a stretchy material. Did you give that outfit to the people at the police department? Okay, well, you did go back to the home because on the body cam video, you're at the home removing your items from the house. Weren't you there that day packing up a bunch of bags to take out?
That wasn't the same.
Okay, you stayed in that home from January 4th until January 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
On January 7th, you went back to the home and you packed a bunch of bags with your clothing, is that correct?
It wasn't January 7th.
What day was it, ma'am, that you went back to the house to get your clothes? Okay, what day was it? Was it after Mr. Lofton got arrested?
Yes.
Okay. The day that Mr. Lofton got arrested, you just told us you were at the house because you were there when your father arrived, is that correct?
The 7th, the day the police arrived.
Right, and that's.
I didn't go back and get my clothing that day.
Okay, but that day that you were there when the police were there, you walked out of the house with a bunch of big suitcases and bags, didn't you?
There was only 2 different bags. That was not other than me.
Okay, so is it your testimony that when you walked out with your things that day, you didn't take the jumpsuit?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever go back and get the jumpsuit?
They told me I couldn't go home without an officer present.
Okay, so the jumpsuit should still be at your mother's house? Where is it?
I have it now.
Okay. Did you ever give that to the police?
No.
Did you, the day that you went to have your sexual assault examination done, did you take that outfit with you that day?
No, I asked the lady, would that be useful? And she said, now we can type of fabric that I described.
Okay, the lady told you that?
Yes.
Okay, the lady at the sexual assault place told you that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, thank you very much. Is she the lady that did the exam on you?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So your testimony is that only your left arm came out of the fabric.
Right.
And it came down just on the left side.
My right side.
I'm sorry, your right side past your butt. Is that a yes? And so, and that didn't cause you to wake up.
I did wait.
Well,
but I hadn't went back to sleep after like it was paused a little bit, it didn't continue.
Well,
So I
you-
got it back on.
You said my jumpsuit came down on my right side, you were still buzzed, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you didn't at that point wake up and say, hey, what's going on here? Is that right?
Yes.
All right. You said then that what happened next was you heard this noise, like a suction noise. And at that point, did you look to see what was going on at that point? Did you jump? Did you do anything when you heard that noise?
I jumped not too long after that when something went in my behind.
Okay, so it took until something went in your behind, according to you, for you to wake up and do something.
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony today is that you're certain that it was a finger, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and is that what you told the people at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you told the police?
Headquarters?
Yes,
Yes.
that it was a finger.
I told them it was.
Okay. Now, you told us that that you didn't go upstairs you didn't tell your mom that night, is that right? What you did is you just went back to sleep, is that correct?
I didn't go to sleep, I waited until she woke.
Okay.
But she never did.
So after you claim that you saw Mr. Lofton run out of your room, you didn't fall back asleep?
No.
You just tell the police that you fell back asleep?
No.
Okay. So the next morning, you told us that you then called your mother, or she called you, is that right?
Yeah, I was on my way to my phone.
All right. And you told your mother you wanted to talk to her about something, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. One moment. Now, in the days following this incident, according to you, you stayed at that house, is that correct?
Yes.
When you were at the, when you had your sexual assault kit done, they took some swabs off of your body, is that right? That they swabbed you in different places, is that correct?
Yes.
And they swabbed your vaginal area, is that correct?
Yes.
And they didn't swab your anus, is that correct?
She did.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that she did? I know that sounds like a stupid question, but. I'm sorry?
It was on the camera.
Okay, what do you mean it was on the camera?
She got the video of the accident going on.
Oh, okay. Could you feel her swab your anus? I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Merriweather, I want to go back to your drinking. Do you believe you were intoxicated? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. And when you woke up that morning, were you feeling any hungover or any other signs of intoxication?
Just a slight headache.
When you saw the defendant running out of the room, what was going through your mind?
Shock.
Why were you shocked? And when you gave him the hug the next day, why did you do that?
Because he was crying.
I'm sorry, what was that last?
He was crying and I didn't really see it.
Ms. Merriweather, the suction sound that you described, yes, this. You said you thought it was his finger or a finger that went inside your butt. Can you describe what it felt like? Felt uncomfortable? Did it feel dry or wet?
Wet.
It felt wet. The question is based on my question.
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down.
Does the court want to see the exhibit?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Witnesses for the defendant?
Not today.
People?
Judge, I asked that the complaint be amended to reflect the digital penetration. It is charged in the alternative, mentally incapacitated hopeless, and based on the facts presented today, it is a question put back for a jury and asking by voters as stated in the amendments.
Ms. Silver?
I object to the bind over, Judge.
Any particular reason why?
Yeah, I have a lot of reasons why. I mean, I think that I've shown the court the photos of the outfit that she was wearing. And, you know, she can say that it was stretchy all she wants, but that outfit, there's no way you pulled one side of that outfit down in the manner that she described. And, you know, I think that she's intoxicated. I don't think she has any clear idea of what occurred to her that evening. So I think that there is absolutely an issue, even to a probable cause level. So I ask the court not to mind.
So if she's intoxicated and she doesn't remember is one thing. However, based on what she testified to, she is able to remember some things, as in the fact that it's wet. That's pretty specific in and of itself, and that it was uncomfortable. Also, she said that she only had 3 to 4 shots, and she thought she was intoxicated, but she was still buzzed at the time. So, of course, her facts are going to be a little bit foggy, Your Honor, but based on that, that's a question to be determined by a jury.
All right, so the outfit that she was allegedly wearing does pose an interesting subject. However, given the relationship that the defendant has with the complainant, it's obvious to this court that the complainant cares for the defendant and did in fact look at him as a father figure. In fact, she testified the following day that she gave him a hug because he was crying. She also said that he apologized. What would you be apologizing for? Nothing happened. I don't think she's making anything up. I found her testimony to be quite credible. The suction sound, if I'm a betting man, was probably him moistening his fingers before he tried to insert her behind, or whatever the case may be. The court is satisfied after hearing the testimony of Ms. Merriweather that the people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed with the city of New Jersey. The court finds probable cause to be committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, criminal division for proceedings. Is arraignment on the information date and time February 19th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Judge, I'd like to address bond. First of all, my client has no.
Oh, the 19th. That's the holiday, so it's going to be February 20th.
Okay, thank you, Judge. My client has no prior record. He is on a tether. He also is not allowed to return to his home. She is not living there any longer. He wants to return home to his wife and son, who are still residing there. His wife is in the hallway. She would tell the court as well that she wishes for him to return home. He's employed. He has had no contact with her since the incident occurred, and I don't think the tether is necessary, nor do I think it's necessary that he not be allowed to return to his home with his family.
Judge, I'm fine with him returning to the house. She no longer resides there, and I believe based on her testimony, she's received all of the stuff that is hers. If that's the case, we have no objection to returning there. However, at this time, the tether is appropriate.
Why is the tether appropriate? I mean, prosecutors say that all the time. What is the necessity for a tether in this particular case? He's had no contact with her. He is completely compliant.
So the tether's right.
Well, no, Judge. He's I don't find it to be.
It's not supposed to have any contact.
Right, but he's compliant with the court's orders. He is compliant with contacting his attorney and coming to court. I mean, he's got no record. He is employed and has worked at the same place for how many years? For 2 years. Before that, he was at Punch Bowl, which is down here, which closed. And currently, he works at the locker room as a chef. So he's not a flight risk. He's not a danger to the community. This appears to be, if I understand the court has bound him over, there's a lot of trial issues that, of course, don't get presented at a preliminary examination. But I think the tether is not necessary to do what a tether is supposed to do. Keep him away from the complaint, the protection of society. Make sure he comes back and forth to court. None of those appear to be a risk for this particular defendant.
She said the exact two things in which the people were requesting the tether remain. There's no continued contact, no contact continue, and that if something happens and she's at the house or it makes sure it gives the defendant the protection in a sense to show that he's where he is supposed to be if something should happen down the line. Judge, the tether, I understand that he works and he isn't a flight risk, and that's fine, but the two reasons defense counsel stated is two reasons.
She's not coming to that house. I mean, there was no contact between.
I think what she's saying is that it's not only for her protection, but for his as well. Nobody can make any false allegations as to him where he was or was not.
He doesn't need that protection. He's not asking for that protection. So it's like not that. I mean, I get that kind of an argument in say a domestic violence case where there's allegations that there's continuing contact. In fact, I had a situation like that once where, the tether agent, I called the tether agent and said, there's a complaint that he's at such and such a place. And the tether agent looked and said, no, he's not anywhere near there. So I get that argument, but that's not this kind of a case. So again, we're asking that the tether be removed.
I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I'm going to keep the tether in place to make sure that he does appear, we don't lose sight of him, and that he does have no contact with the complaining witness. And as far as the home goes, I have no issue with him returning back to the home. Submit a proposed order to that effect.
All right, we'll submit an order today, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, as it relates to Mr. Maben, we have no answer on the tether yet. I'm sorry, on the report. That was at 9:30, so I don't know if the court wishes to adjourn it.
Is this the forensic center we're trying to contact?
Yes. Before we leave on the Lofton case, Can I do an order for the production of the body cam also? I'll list the names of the officers. Thank you, Judge. Yes, it's the Forensic Center.
Ms. Phelps. Been waiting so patiently.
Yes, it looks like Miss Moore is there now too.
Yes, okay. We are ready on that. Matthews.
Case number 2305-643001. Or say Michigan versus Taiwan Matthew. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 433, count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 433, count 3, aggravated indecent exposure.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Matthews. And Judge, I would waive his presence for the purpose of this morning's hearing. He is at the Forensic Center.
Waive the defendant's presence. So what's the status of Mr. Matthews? Do we have a report back?
Judge, the last report I received was from January 18th, but we did reach out to the Forensic Center last week. He is currently undergoing restoration treatment.
That's my understanding as well. I have no updated report.
All right. Court will adjourn the competency hearing to March 18th at 8:30.
Great. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lewis is waiting.
Wait. Sylvan Billingsley.
Yes.
Calling case 2455338. People of the state of Michigan versus Sylvan Walking Billingsley. And is charged for count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree personal injury. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenny appearing on behalf of Mr. Billings. He stands to
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Sylvan Billings.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Mr. Kenny.
Your Honor, Mr. Billingsley has told me he understands what the preliminary exam is and wishes to waive his right to at this time.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the complaint. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish a crime to charge with what's committed in the city of Detroit that was probably cause to believe you committed?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be February 12th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Your Honor, I just would like to know for the record that the victim and her parents were present last week at the probable cause conference and were prepared to come today. We were all up. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I ask for a pretrial?
I refer to pretrial services and bond recommendation.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judge, one last thing. I had an order for counseling and testing for disease infection appointment.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
I
You're
am
here on
Michael.
post.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Should be in the waiting room, he said.
Yeah, he was laying down, so I put him back in the waiting room because he looked a little tired.
Sorry, I didn't tell him what to do.
You got some rest. He's sitting up now.
Yeah, then.
Okay. Calling case number 2405-544701, State of Michigan versus Michael Foster. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence, count 3, weapons, stolen firearms, count 4, weapons, firearm, possession by felon.
Appearances for the record, please. Grant, I think that's you. Michael Foster. Your appearance, Mr. Parker.
Morning. James Parker on behalf of my client, Michael Foster. My P number is 53832.
Mr. Foster, tell us your name for the record.
Mr. Foster, can you hear us?
His audio is not hooked up. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Parker. What's your pleasure?
All right. We like to set this for a preliminary examination, Your Honor.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House February 12th at 9:15.
Could we do it on the 14th or any day after that and stuff? I do have a real busy schedule on that 12th.
February 14th at 9 o'clock.
That'll be fine.
All right, February 14th at 9 o'clock, mine will be continued.
Very good. Mr. Foster, I'll give you a call. You could sign off now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, how you doing this morning?
Good, how are you, Judge?
All right. You ready on Ellison?
Yes.
Calling case 24552060 before State of Michigan versus Tracy Lynette Ellison. Defendant charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, second offense notice. Domestic violence and or knowingly assaulting a pregnant individual or a pregnant woman, second offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Schwartz, P 32076. Ms. Ellison, give your name, ma'am.
Tracy Lynette Ellison.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is not present. I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
Move to dismiss, Your Honor.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm a little confused with this. How is this a pregnant individual?
Hey, I'm not sure what that's about. It's a male, it's a victim.
Okay.
I
doing something
think it's an
different?
alternative. I think it's pled in the alternative, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Good. Yeah, because I've had a number of people raise that later on, and there's like an alternative that both are there, even though it doesn't always.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just have a.
I need a dismissal order, Mr. Schwartz.
Pardon me?
So here.
Yeah, the court officer handed it in.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, I'll bring you back. Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. Pleasure as always.
Pleasure's mine. Have a great day.
Just investigate, Kobe Sloan, fine.
Who is it?
Sloan. Kobe Sloan.
Yeah, I have to see Ms. Castro.
Garner, Ms. Castell is next door on exam.
Okay. About Sullivan, have you seen the Sullivan site? It's easier. Mr. Sullivan's here?
Mr. Salem,
Oh,
Attorney Salem.
oh, okay, he can step in.
Yes. This Sloan case, the writ was done in January, but today.
You're not gonna call it?
We did the writ for whatever reason, they didn't do it. So I'll call it.
So we get the case.
Yes, calling case 2359953 from the state of Michigan versus Coley Lamar Sloan. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, multiple variables. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, multiple variables. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, multiple variables. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Danny for the people, P78733, standing in for APA of record Elena Rosa.
And good morning, Gabby Silver, appearing on behalf of and without Kobe Sloan.
Okay, so my understanding is that the court attempted to writ Mr. Sloan out for whatever reason. Someone on their end dropped the ball, not us. Long story short, Mr. Sloan is not here, nor will he be here for today's preliminary examination, necessitating us getting another date. So we'll be sure to call and complain about this, but it's going to take us.
I'm sure they'll be very receptive to your complaints.
Yeah, like they care, right?
Yeah.
So we'll put it over for 2 weeks because that's how long it takes to execute the writ. How is February 21st at 10:30?
I can say it's a definite maybe. I have a trial starting the 20th, which may not go. I could do, I know Thursdays is your homicide day, but I could do the
23rd?
The 23rd. I could do it later in the day or in the afternoon.
Yeah, how about 11:30?
What time?
11:30?
I have an evidentiary hearing in the morning, so I don't think I could do it before 12:30 or 1 o'clock.
February 23rd at 1:30.
Thank you. I want to put Jesse Nathan on that same date and time. I can let you know. I haven't heard back from the center of the report. If we get the report, we can do it earlier, or do you want to just pick a different day for him?
We can do it since I'll have you there. I can do it.
Okay.
Anytime. So let me call it in just a second.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is EBOC, correct?
Yeah, I think he's at Carson City, right?
This is case 23057990001 versus Jesse Glenn Baker. Appearances for the record, please.
Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Jesse Maven.
Who's my APA on that?
Ms. Ray, stand in. I believe it's Elena Rozak, actually. Do you want me to get your stand back?
Okay, so apparently Mr. Maven has been non-compliant.
I'm sure he's not. This is not Mr. Maven's first time at the Forensic Center. It's not his first time issues of competency. He's been found incompetent in the past. That's no surprise to me.
Okay, so they're asking for a finding and order on competency signed by me. And if they don't get it, then it was probate.
That was sent.
Oh, we sent it. Okay, so we sent the final order, so we let them do what they do.
Wait, can I see that? Oh, so it looks like there was a finding back on November 3rd, which for none of us, is there a report in there? Maybe we did do this at some point in life. It does say that he's incompetent. Oh, yeah, see, yeah, so there needs to be a fight. They say that they think they can make him competent. My estimation was.
So I will re-refer him. We'll set, since we've already did the order.
So there already was an order finding him incompetent?
There was an order coming from Lisa.
Right, an order saying that he's incompetent.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any of that. When you get a chance, can you email me all of that later? Is there an order saying? Right. And so you send me copies of this so I can find out where the heck this guy is. I mean, he may still be sitting in the county jail. Yes, we did. We set a date in a couple weeks, so at least we know what's going on.
We're gonna set the same date as the 23rd, was it?
Yeah, so if they got that in November, is like January. So we should be getting another report. If he even made it to forensics, he may still be sitting in the jail. I'll check.
Ms. Gibson, can I help you? I didn't hear you. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sally.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
I am, sir.
Who are you here?
Morning, Your Honor. Mr. Snow, Michael Snow.
Okay, that'll be next. After this.
Okay,
Thanks, Anita. You're the best clerk in the building. You're so lucky. She's just so amazing and always pleasant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Calling case 24-55350, which is for the state of Michigan versus Samuel Lloyd Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3 and 4, felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
May it please this honorable court, Alvin Sally, P 23797, on behalf of Mr. Williams, who stands to my left. Mr. Williams, please identify yourself for the jury.
Samuel Williams. There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses for the people?
One witness, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters before you call witnesses?
No, Judge.
You shall seek registration.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. There doesn't appear to be any other witnesses in the courtroom or witness.
I just have people to call and I'm going to hear it.
You have her name already, Madam Clerk? Yes. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. Place up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone that will be to your left. Just put up. Nice and great. Right, you can set that in your lap and speak directly to that board. That's to the left. Maybe give me your ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name once again for the record.
That on? Is that red light on? Okay.
State your name once again.
Shaquanda Perry.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If there's anything you don't understand or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
You have to answer out loud.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Parrish, I want to bring your attention back to the date of January 18th of this year, 2024. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Where were you on that date?
That work.
Okay, and what happened while you were at work?
I received the phone call.
Okay, and after you received the phone call, what did you do?
I went back to work.
Okay, and after that, what did you do?
I went home.
Okay, and where's your home located?
3818 Claremont.
Thank you. Is that in the city of Detroit and County of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived home, was there anyone at home there also?
Yes.
Who was at home?
My 4 children.
Okay, 4 children, anybody else?
And a Samuel.
Okay, and when you say Samuel, do you know Samuel's last name?
Williams.
Okay, how do you know Samuel Williams?
She's my fiance.
Okay, and what happened between you and Samuel Williams on that day then?
I came here to work. And I went straight to the house, got on my uniform, I got in bed.
You got in bed?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you see Samuel Williams up to this point?
He was sitting on the couch.
Oh, okay, so you saw him on the couch? Oh, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, when you saw him on the couch, did you see anything to him or did he say anything to you?
No.
Okay, and for identification purposes, do you see Samuel Williams in the courtroom here today?
Yes,
All right, could you indicate where he is in the courtroom and what he's wearing?
he's in the green hall.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Please, this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Samuel Williams.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, so you're indicating that you went to bed.
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that, if anything?
He came in wrong, came wrong.
This is Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
He came in the room. He jumped on the light. He started making allegations about me cheating on him.
Okay, and what did you do when you heard this?
I denied it.
What happened after that?
And then he started threatening me.
And when you say he started threatening you, what specifically did he say to you?
He said, bitch, if you lie to me again, I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out.
Okay, how did you feel when he said that?
I got up. I said, I'm about to go. And then that's when he slapped me.
And are both of you still in the bedroom at this point?
Yes.
Where did he slap you?
He slapped me right here.
Okay, and where did he slap you with?
His hand.
Okay, and after he slapped you, what happened?
And I just stood there in shock. Just stood there in shock.
What happened after that?
After that, he was just bent and mad, he was angry, and he was, telling me, how can I do this to him? Why would I do this to him? He was telling me that the kids, they were telling him things about me cheating.
Okay, so, what did you notice, if anything, about his demeanor, as this is going on?
When he had the gun in his pocket, and I didn't know that he had a gun on him. So when he said, bitch, if you lie to me again, I'm gonna blow your brains out.
Okay, so when he said this, then you were aware that he has a gun?
Yeah.
How are you made aware that he has a gun?
Because he clutched it.
He touched it?
He clutched it.
Clutched it, okay. Was it still on his person at that time?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you see it?
Yes.
Okay, and what part of the gun did you see?
Just the handle open out his pocket.
Okay, and, have you ever seen that before?
Yes.
Okay, how many times have you seen him with the gun?
He always kept it stored. Whenever he had it stored, he kept it stored.
Okay, does he live at the house there?
Yes.
Okay. So when he made the statement to you and put his hand on the weapon, how did you feel?
I was scared.
Okay. How close was he to you when he made the statement and put his hand on the gun?
I was still in the bed, so when he made that statement, he leaned over in my face.
Okay.
He said,
Well, is he almost face to face with you then? Did you say
yes.
yes? Okay. All right. And what happened after that?
After that, I was scared. He had slapped me, threatened me. He just kept saying things to make me feel like I was scared of my life.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, he went in the living room, and I was still standing in the bedroom. And he went to go, he would go grab his phone. I don't know what he went to go do. He was in the living room. But I had my best friend, India. She was on the phone the whole time.
Okay, so you were on the phone with someone else?
Yeah, I had her. She was on the phone.
Okay.
listening to everything. So when he went in the living room, I got on my phone and she was like, "You want me to call the police?" I said, "Yeah, call the police."
Okay, so after you told your friend to call the police, what happened after that?
He came back in the room and he was mad and he pulled his gun out.
Okay.
But it's like we six, like I'm close to the bed standing there. He's like outside the bedroom.
Okay.
And he got the gun, he's doing this. Like I should. You lucky you still breathing, you know.
Indicating for the record, the witness extended her right hand this motion and made it go up and down.
Thank you, Judge. All right, and how did you feel when that happened?
I was scared.
Okay, what happened after that?
After that, I was just listening to him vent. You know, I didn't say anything else. I wasn't back and forth with him. I wasn't arguing with him. It was like every time I said something, it just got madder and madder.
So you're still in the bedroom, and is he at the door, or is he inside the bedroom?
He's outside the bedroom door.
Okay.
And
Okay. Also, can you describe him?
I think it's silver, black, silver and black.
Silver and black?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And, okay, so what happened after he was doing this?
Well, about a couple minutes went past, about 10 minutes went past, and the police was banging at the door.
Okay. And what did you do after the police came?
I stood there, I felt like I couldn't go, no, I couldn't move.
Did anyone go to the door?
The kids.
Okay. And what happened after?
The kids were opening the door. And then he looked at me and said, "Did you call the police on me? Did you call the police on me?" And I was just like, "Please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me." And the kids, they opened up the door. And I think he threw it behind the door. He threw it behind the door, but by the time the police had already came in.
Okay. And when by it, what do you mean?
The gun.
Okay. So he threw it. Okay. What happened next?
The cops arrested me.
Okay. And did you tell the police what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then the police arrested you?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Parrish. I just got a few questions. Okay, ma'am. Right, you indicated that you are Mr. Williams' fiance?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you been in a relationship with him?
5 years.
So you know Mr. Williams when he's intoxicated and not intoxicated. Would that be a fair statement?
Correct.
And would it be a fair statement that at this point in time he was very upset with you and intoxicated? Is it correct?
Yes.
And his actions on that particular date were out of the ordinary, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
I think Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, sir.
People?
Your Honor, at this time, I will present to the court a certified copy of the register of actions of.
Turn around, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I will submit to the court a certified copy of the register of actions for case number 13-0044588-01-FH. This document is a copy of certified copy of the State of Michigan versus Samuel Williams. And this indicates that on September 10th of 2013, Samuel Williams was sentenced for the crime of home invasion second degree. And Your Honor, this specifically goes to count 2, weapons, firearms, possession of a gun.
Any objection?
No, you're
admitted.
Thank you. And with this, Your Honor, I find over this charge.
So,
The question of fact, Your Honor, we would just like to address that.
I agree, it is a question of fact. Court after hearing the testimony of Ms. Parrish was satisfied with the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this committed. Defendant filed over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Hearing related to the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 12, 2024. That's the bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Williams is 55 years old. He, up until this incident, he was employed full-time with Sterling Security. In fact, they just received a promotion. He works at the Cabana Hotel in downtown Detroit. He does have another place to live while this family matter is resolved. He was indicated, as indicated in this matter, he was intoxicated at the time. A long-standing relationship with the complainant. I hope that it will be able to work things out over the circuit court. At this time, though, Your Honor, I respectfully ask the court to give him a personal tender bond with the conditions that he cannot be at Ms. Parrish's residence, that he reside with his daughter. Her name is Tasha Taylor, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this time I would ask for a DSU report on the part of them.
What is this current bond?
It's $3,500 cash tender. He's just not, because of economic situations, Your Honor, he's just not able to post the money necessary for that bond. And I hate to have him lose this job, but I think there is just a my own experience, so there's a good likelihood that he's probably in the future will work things out, maybe in a lot sooner.
That may be in the works already, given what he's charged with. I'm not sure that his current occupation requires him to carry a weapon, but he's not going to be able to do that anytime soon. I think I am going to refer to pretrial services for my recommendation. I'm quite frankly don't know enough about this going on to feel comfortable in reducing his bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Castro,
Morning, Judge.
heard you were busy.
I'm sorry, yes, I finished the building, but I haven't had a chance to. So I just had.
Eric Charleston.
Ready, Judge.
Case number 2405531201. People of the state of Michigan versus Eric Charleston. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons fired discharged from the field. Count 2, weapons fired possession without. Count 3 and 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 5 through 8, weapons from firearm. Count 9, domestic violence. Second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender. Second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Children, people, number 60249. Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Kessler, I'm here with the Commissioner Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eric Charleston, number 80519.
Mr. Charleston, tell us your name for the record.
My name is Eric Charleston.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Castro?
Your Honor, we can at this time schedule this matter for a preliminary examination, please.
Court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on February 12th at 10:30. Is that a good date and time?
That is a good date and time for it. Your Honor, if we can please have the court order a DSU report in this matter. I think this is the first time that it's been for BCC. I'm respectfully asking for this report.
Okay, I'll refer to the pretrial services for my recommendation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continue at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Montgomery,
Yes, Your Honor.
ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Michael Snow. Calling case 2357025, people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Calvin Snow. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to great bodily harm, unless murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has an habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Reed, Eagle, number 60249.
Good morning, Neighborhood Defender Service by Kate DeMont Brady, P83667, on behalf of Mr. Michael Snow, who is present with us here in the courtroom. Mr. Snow, will you please introduce yourself to the court?
Michael Calvin Snow.
There's a date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was notified of the hearing. She is not present. I cannot speak about the testimony today.
That's moved to dismiss, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I need to dismiss the order.
Understood. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wait.
That's wait.
1224.
Mr. Cohen around?
He is in the hallway.
We have to step in from the chambers. Hallway.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can you have my attorney contact me?
Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Charleston said he wants to get in contact with you.
I believe that's my.
Oh, Ms. Castro, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's it. Mr. Carlson, yes, I will. I'll come and visit with you, okay?
She said she's gonna come visit you, sir.
Okay, thank you a lot.
Thank you. Have a good day. Brady Pearson.
Good morning, Your Honor. We're here.
Calling case 2455276, people of the state of Michigan versus Brady Stephen Pearson. Defendant is charged in this case in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, domestic violence. He also has case 2455147, charged in count 1, aggravated assault. Appearances for the record, please.
I believe the prosecutor is finished.
Oh.
Things you want.
Appearance for the record, counsel. People. Your appearance, Ms. Lynch.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Diana Lynch on behalf of the people, P number 84589.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Towen, P86151. I'm appearing in person on behalf of Mr. Brady Pearson, who stands to my left. He's present, out of custody. Mr. Pearson, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Brady Pearson. There's date time set for preliminary examination in both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, which case will you be proceeding on first?
It would be the aggravated stalking case first.
Okay. Recalling 2455147, people versus Brady Stephen Pearson, defendant charged in count 1, aggravated assault. People ready to call their first witness?
Yes, the people are. The people would like to call Carmen Coleman.
Please raise your right hand now. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone that will be to your left once you sit down. The face is better, place it in your lap so you can speak directly to the microphone. Okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Carmen, K-A-R-M-E-N, Brienne, B-R-E-A-N-N-E, Coleman, C-O-L-E-M-A-N.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I'm going to ask you some questions today, and if you don't understand them, or if you want me to repeat them, please ask me just to repeat it, and I will. And make sure that you answer with a verbal yes or no. What is your highest level of education, Ms. Coleman?
I have a master's degree
In what?
in school counseling.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Brady Pearson?
Yes.
How do you know Mr. Pearson?
No, we were married.
So are you currently married at this time?
We're separated and I have filed for divorce.
Do you see Mr. Pearson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For identification purposes for the court, would you indicate where Mr. Pearson is sitting?
It's right there.
And could you provide a description of the clothing that he is wearing?
He has on a blue shirt and blue tie.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Brady Pearson. Thank you. I want to bring you back your attention to July 17th, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And could you tell me what happened?
The children and I were leaving to go to vacation Bible school, and we were getting in the car, and the kids saw him drive by. And then when they saw him drive by, I looked up and he was backing back. And he started saying, I want to see my son. And I just saw the kids get in the car, and we shared son together, Braxton. Braxton said, hi, Daddy. And he got in the car. He got in the car.
Could you tell me where you were at that location?
We were in the driveway.
Of what address?
15874.
And what's other? And is that in Detroit, Michigan?
Yes.
So, and is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Are you aware if there was a PPO?
Yes, I, for a PPO in March of 2023.
Do you have a copy of that PPO, maybe, James?
Yes.
Your Honor, request to permit to approach the witness.
Yes.
What is the date on that PPO?
The date is March 23rd, 2023, and it remains effective until March 23rd, 2024.
And are you aware whether that PPO was served?
Well, it was supposed to be served on Friday, March 24th. There was an incident that occurred that day where he got in his vehicle and chased my sister down.
Right.
And we ran into the police on Pearson and Prairie. And he said he wanted to see his son. You know, I was there as well too in my vehicle. And he wanted to see his son. The police officers were asking Braxton if he wanted to see Daddy. He refused, and this all happened on Puritan in Prairie. And I showed them that I had this approved already. I didn't have it in paper form. I had it through email. So I put it up on my phone. I had it saved on my phone and I showed them. And they said that he hadn't been served yet. So they asked me if I could wait there on Puritan and Prairie until a supervisor came from the police station to serve him. And I said I would wait. And so I waited for about 10-15 minutes. I saw the supervisor come up, the police officer came back to the car and told me she was here. I saw her get out with papers in her hand, and he said she's talking to him right now. She's going to serve him. He can leave if he chooses to, and I chose to leave.
Are you aware that the actual service date of that PPO wasn't until a couple months later?
Yes, because there was some more incidents where he came to the house And he came to the house at 11 o'clock at night, stating that he wanted to see his son at 11 o'clock at night. And I had to call the police. I did not leave, I didn't come out the house until the police got there. When they got there, I came out the house, showed them that I had the PPO. They said it hadn't been served, so I asked them, well, what do I need to do to make sure that he is served this PPO? So they told me to just call his job, and so I called his job, and I talked to Lieutenant Gilmore, and he told me to email him the PPO, and then he was served 3 days later, and a police officer called me to let me know that it was finally served on the 26th of May.
Objection. Move to strike that statement calls for hearsay with respect to the officer telling her that service had been effective.
I was wondering what was taking you so long. It's the same.
And well, because the testimony had been that service hadn't been perfected yet, so I was waiting for that fire.
I was waiting on your objection.
Understood.
So going back on your timeline, you said that you were notified that he was served 2 months later.
Yes.
Which would have made it in what month?
May.
May. And do you know the date?
It was finally served on May 26th,
So I'm gonna object again.
2023.
Move to strike this.
And I have mail notification.
That the information is, the testimony is hearsay. She's not testifying to personal knowledge based on
She
what.
just stated, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The witnesses stated that she received, was it mail?
I got a letter in the mail, the subject says order of disposition, domestic personal protection, entered on 4/24. And I got this letter is dated from May 26th.
So then, request to, approach the witness?
Okay.
And the date on the letter that you received, that you served notice was what date?
May 26th, 2023.
Thank you very much. To your knowledge, since that time, has Mr. Pearson been on your property?
Yes, he has. Yes.
Could you tell me, what date it was there? 7/17, 2023?
I have video of him being at my home. I have Ring camera, so I have video of him being at my house.
I'm gonna object to this
After.
point. Object to the witness testimony regarding video citing Michigan Rule of Evidence 1002, that the original writing document video.
Best evidence.
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
the same.
Thank you.
At this time, Your Honor, you have Ring video camera.
Yes.
And you said that it's currently operational?
Yes.
And you had witnessed Mr. Pearson captured on that Ring camera?
Yes.
Either live or on the video capture?
Yes.
Did you provide those videos to the police?
Yes.
And how is this video captured through a Ring camera?
I have a camera on the front of my house and a camera on the side of my house. And it records when when somebody steps onto my property, it'll tell you, you are currently being recorded.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to approach the witness and show her one of the videos or show the video.
Okay.
Can you view this video and tell me if there's been any changes or alterations to the video? Is this videotape a fair and accurate representation of the actual events you observed on July 17th?
Yes,
And is it an actual recording of the events at your home on Toller Street?
yes.
Your Honor, I request to publish the proposed Exhibit 1 to the court.
Any objection? Are you moving for a submission?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
Mayor.
Admitted?
At this time, the people would ask to play this video clip. Your Honor, would you permit me to share my screen?
Yes. Oh, I gotta make it. Hold on. Okay.
I'm able to see the screen, Your Honor.
Sorry.
See the screen.
No. There you go. Ma'am, what date was this on?
On July 17th, 2023.
There's a white, looks like SUV that's in the camera towards the top of the video. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that is my vehicle that he stole from me.
That who stole from you?
Brady Pearson.
Ms. Bowman, could you tell us where you're located at this time?
We're in the driveway, getting ready to leave and go to vacation park school. It was in the early morning, a little bit after 9 o'clock in the morning.
And who was in the white car that was seen in the SUV?
Brady Pearson.
And how do you know that's Mr. Pearson?
Because he was driving it, I saw him in there driving it, and he was saying, I want to see my son. And that's when Braxton said, hi, daddy, and he got in the car with me.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this time, the people request admission of Exhibit 1 into evidence.
It's already been admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, I have permission to approach the witness. I have another video. I'd like to play. And is this a fair and accurate representation? Yeah. In the video? Yeah. Rebecca? And is this an actual recording of the events at your home on Tuller Street?
Yes.
A request to publish proposed exhibit 2 to the court, runner.
Moving for submission. Moving for submission.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I haven't seen the video. This is, what the dates?
This is dated August. These were all submitted in the electronic publication, the digital storage.
I guess I'll reserve an objection until I've seen it. I don't anticipate having an objection though.
Admitted. May proceed. Ma'am, where is this located?
This is a home on Charlie 15874 Charlie.
This is your home?
Yes, this is my parents' home.
Your parents' home?
Yes.
That SUV in the driveway, whose is that?
Apparently that's his, that's Brady Pearson's new vehicle.
That person that we saw just get in the vehicle, do you know who that was?
Yes, that was Brady Pearson.
Okay. Did you invite him over to your parents' house?
No.
Was it a surprise to you that he appeared there?
Yes, I just immediately called the police. I didn't have any interaction with him at all.
What date was that on?
It was a date in August. I can't remember the exact date. It might have been like the 20th maybe of August. I can't remember.
Okay.
So many incidences. I can't.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
You have how many children?
3 children, and we have
And
one together.
you have one together, that's the son.
The son.
So that's why he keeps asking to see the son.
Right.
Is there a reason that you don't allow him to see his son?
I don't have a reason for him to not see his son other than the PPO being in place, but I'm not trying to keep him from him. Like he has called.
Are there any arrangements in place for him to see his son?
No, we're going through a divorce right now. He wouldn't sign the paperwork, so I had to resubmit the divorce.
Along that line, these are currently right now, the videos that we're looking at are daytime videos. Your Honor, before I move on with that questioning, request to admit evidence, people's proposed evidence into evidence. The video.
The one we just saw?
Yes.
That was already in.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, may I request to approach the witness?
Yes. What are we doing now? This is another video?
This is video 3, people's proposed video 3.
Okay.
To accurate representation of the events and where's the location of this video?
15874 Charlie.
And
That's Brady Pearson.
and what date was this date?
That was the same day, August 20th, I believe it was. Maybe, it was in August, I know that.
Your Honor, request to publish the video to the court?
Moving for submission.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And, Madam, can you see? I made it larger. Can you see who's walking in the driveway?
Yes.
And who is that person? And can you tell me the address where that's located?
15874.
And what day was this taken?
Tyler, 15874, Tyler, TULLER.
And what date did this video occur?
It was at the date in August. I can't really remember the date, because it was a couple incidents in August.
Your Honor, request to admit, or admitted to done already, admit evidence, this third piece of video evidence into. Okay.
Ma'am, did you invite him over on this occasion?
No, I did not.
Did you know he was coming?
No, I did not.
What happened when you got there?
He just walked around the house, he walked in my backyard, and he did walk up to the door, knocked on the door right here. I don't think he rang the door, but he just knocked at the door.
And this was in August of
Yeah.
2023?
Yes,
And you say the PPO was served when?
and May 26, 2023.
And I'm gonna object again to that, Your Honor. This service, the date of service actually hasn't been established yet. There was testimony about a date on a letter. I would object to the best evidence rule if there's some document establishing service. And again, she has no personal knowledge of service having been completed in this matter.
All right. To your knowledge, he was served with PPO back in May.
May 26. Yes.
Can you tell me how you feel when you see these videos or you see, the defendant coming onto your property?
I don't know what he's gonna do. He's already pulled a gun out and shot it. You know, and I don't know what to expect. I don't wanna interact with him at all. I don't know what he's gonna do. He's threatened me too many times.
So I'm gonna object, Your Honor,
Threatened me
at
and
this
my
point.
children too many times.
Based on lack of notice under 404B, I've been provided with no information related to these last two statements by the people involved.
I'm not taking it to,
This is, Your Honor, I wouldn't say that this is aggravated stalking. This is just one of many events that has occurred with this witness.
I'm not taking it as a prior bad act, but as the impact of his head on her mental. That limited purpose makes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Coleman, where do you work?
I work for Detroit Public School.
Detroit Public Schools?
Yes.
And what is your position?
I'm a school counselor.
School counselor. And is there a parking lot on the school grounds?
Yes, it's an employee parking lot.
There's an employee parking lot.
Yes.
Has there been a time where, anything has happened on the school grounds? Could you take me back to 5/26/2023?
Yes, he was at my job in the parking lot. The principal called me to let me know that he was there because there was some other incidents that occurred before the PPO was started. So she was already aware that it was a PPO that was served to him. So she called me to let me know that he was sitting in the parking lot in the white truck. And so I can continue to know, and she contacted the Detroit Public School Police, and they met me at a different location. And I stayed there until it was clear for me to go back to work.
And Your Honor, I will object to strike the statement if it's being offered for the truth that the school principal told Ms. Coleman that Mr. Pearson was sitting in the parking lot at her job.
Your Honor, this is again, part of bad acts that are going towards, aggravated stalking.
This objection goes to her receiving information from somebody else that is information about something being in the parking lot. We just established that she saw him in the parking lot. That was different.
I did
Ms.
see
Coleman,
him.
did you see
I
the
drove
parking lot?
by, I did see the truck sitting there in the parking lot, and I kept going.
Did you see anyone in that truck when you drove by?
Yes,
And who was that person?
it was Brady in the truck.
Was there another incident where you were at work in August? Could you tell me about that?
We went back to work August 30th, I believe, 2023. And he came up there, to the job, to the parking lot. I was pulling up in the parking lot and I saw him, but he wasn't in the white truck. He was in that gray, gray Dodge Ram, the gray van truck. And he was sitting there in the parking lot at my job. I did not interact with him. I left out of the parking lot. He followed me out of the parking lot. And it's police that sit there, right on, the street where my job is. And I guess he saw them and he just kept on.
Thank you. I want to go back, during the videos that we played, that was all during the daytime, which looks like the morning, bright, light day. Has there ever been a time where Mr. Brady came onto your property asking to see your son?
Yes.
And could you tell me another date and time?
That was the date, before he was served the video. That was, May 23rd, 2023. He came over to my house at 11 o'clock at night. I do have that on video, and I have video where I did not come out of the house until the police arrived.
So, I'm sorry, what time was that?
And that was 11 o'clock at night.
Thank you very much.
So I'll object and move to strike unless the video is being introduced as evidence, or best evidence.
Your Honor, I'll request your approach to witness. Madam, do you have that video with you?
Yes.
Would you show the video, please?
And as it relates to your objection, her testimony is not necessarily telling us what was depicted in the video, but what she observed herself.
To the extent that that's her testimony, I don't have any objection, if she's actually observed it as opposed to what she's narrating about what's in the video.
Okay.
I'll request to publish this to the court, Your Honor, and admit it into evidence, proposed evidence to work.
Are you showing it to the defense counsel?
I would.
How long is the video, Coach?
I only looked at the first few seconds to see that he was on the property.
Judge, I've reviewed about 5 minutes of it. It appears to be approximately 12 minutes total length. I don't know if people are moving the entire thing. I don't know how they're going to do that unless the phone goes into evidence. This hasn't been provided to the defense prior to today, so I've never seen this before. I don't object to its admission at this point. I mean, certainly.
I'll sustain the
Thank
objection.
you.
Let's move forward.
So there was a time that Mr. Pearson came over and he was coming to see his son, and could you tell me the date and time?
That was, it was in May 23rd.
May 23rd.
2023. It was after 11 o'clock at night.
After 11 o'clock at night, and he said he wanted to see his son?
I just called the police. When the police got there, that's when I came out, and that's when he was saying that he wanted to see his son. I had already collected some belongings that he left at the house. So I took them out the house and I said, this is it, there's nothing else in the house, so there's no reason for you to come back here. I don't object for, for him to see his son and spend time with his son, but Braxton is refusing to see. Braxton doesn't want to see him, but he wasn't there that night.
And Ms. Pullman, did you arrange for him, did he arrange to come over and get his stuff or to see his son?
No.
And you had his bags packed?
Yes.
Why were they packed? If you were
Just-
expecting them?
Just so they could be ready cause I was gonna call his mom. I called his mom. And I told his mom that, he still has some stuff over there that my brother and my sister were going to take to her house.
And at the time of the video recordings that we've seen earlier, those were all played or recorded after the personal protection order was in place. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did these repeated events cause you to feel?
I mean, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe at all. I don't know if he's gonna shoot me. I don't know what he's going to do.
And so it's your testimony that you felt frightened?
Yes.
And why do you feel frightened?
Because I already pulled the gun out and shot him already. He always threatens that if I take his son, that he's going that we all have to die. Me and all three of my children, we have to die. He's already threatened us and told us that we're gonna have to die. If I take his son, he's gonna kill us.
Have you had any phone calls from Mr. Pearson?
Yes. Last time that I answered the phone to make sure that it was him was just in January 4th. And Detective Conway told me to just answer the phone and see if it's him. I answered the phone, heard his voice, said I want to see my son. And I hung up the phone and I had 92 missed calls.
I'm sorry, how many?
92.
92 missed calls in a matter of how much time, weeks?
This was all within the same hour, like within 20 minutes.
And how do you know it was Mr. Pearson? You answered the one, you
I answered the phone and he said, I want to see myself.
but how do you know the other calls were from him?
I don't know that they were from him, but I just assumed they were from him since they were back to back to back to back.
Is it the same phone number?
He's calling me blocked, restricted. They're blocked calls.
Block calls.
Yes.
All 91 calls and 92
92
calls
calls were
were
blocked, yes.
call that you answered.
It was a restricted call, yes.
All right. At your time, Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Coleman, these threats you just testified to today, this gun firing incident, those took place prior to October 2nd, 2023?
Yes. We shot the gun in August of 2022.
You sat down and you spoke to a detective, Tamara Conway, in this case on October 2nd of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And she asked you questions related to Mr. Pearson coming to your house and violating this personal protection order?
Yes.
You didn't disclose anything to Detective Conway at that time about these threats you talked to about today and this firearm incident, right?
Yes, she knows about the threat.
So you told her about that on October 2nd when you sat down with her?
Yes.
All right, she had you, she wrote out a written statement from your conversation on October 2nd, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's a yes, okay. And you actually signed that statement, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the statement before you signed it to make sure it was accurate, right?
Yes.
All right. And in that statement, you would agree it's a 2-page statement that you signed. Does that sound right?
Yes.
All right, and you would agree that in that written statement, there's no indication of Mr. Pearson ever threatening to kill you or the kids?
Because I had this incident that I wrote about having 7 months later.
Objection. Next didn't answer. He's repeatedly asking her about the threats on the report and she had signed it.
So again, you would agree that this written statement that you signed from October 2nd,
yes,
that doesn't contain any information about any threats Mr. Pearson supposedly made, correct?
Well, he threatened me in March, and that's what that statement was written for, the incident that happened in March when I got the PPO. Because he was punching on the refrigerator. This is all recorded on the police, when I had to call the police during that incident, when he was punching the refrigerator.
Object is non-responsive.
Sound pretty responsible.
This is all about the statement that I wrote in October.
Right, so ma'am, my question is, that statement that you wrote from October of 2023.
Yes.
Would you agree that it does not contain any information about Brady Pearson having threatened you?
No.
Would you like to review it to see?
Yes, I sure do.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Yes.
Because that's why the police were called and the PPO was put in place. Because he said he would have a shootout with the police if he had to. And it should be all on the recorded 911 phone call, because she let me know that she could hear everything that he was saying on that recorded phone call in March of 2023 when I had to call the police.
Yeah, Pretrial.
Matt?
Ms. Coleman, handing you a front and back page. Do you recognize that document?
Well, this is a different incident. This is when this was the incident that happened, that was shown on the video in July. So he didn't threaten me because I didn't have any interaction with him.
So you do recognize this?
So this is for the incident that happened in July. This is not for the incident that occurred in in March.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes, yeah. But this was for the incident that happened in July when he came to the house, and I had no interaction with him. My children and I got in the car and we left.
But again, you agree that in this written statement, in which you're asked questions about what went on between you and Mr. Pearson prior to October 2nd, there's nothing, no information about threats made in that written
Not
statement.
in this statement, no.
That's all I'm asking. Thank you. Since you got a personal protection order or requested one in March of 2023, your kids were they on your insurance or on Mr. Pearson's insurance since that date?
They have been on my insurance. The only person that's on his insurance is Braxton.
And following your requesting a personal protection order in March of 2023, did you seek any assistance from Mr. Pearson here to get insurance information or a copy of his insurance card to provide any kind of medical or dental care for Braxton?
Yes, I have my parents contact him to get that information.
Do you recall when that was?
That was, I can't remember when it was, but he finally came to my house, my job in my house, and he left the card in my car.
And that was, again, in response to your request to get that information so you could provide.
I never contacted him. My family contacted him and told him, can he mail it to the house?
So he did come over and provide a copy of the insurance card at some point, is that correct?
He came to my house unannounced. I did not invite him over. I did not contact him and ask him to come over. My parents called him and said, your son needs his medical card. Mail it to the house. Because I'm not supposed to have any contact with him.
So again, my question, did Mr. Pearson deliver a copy of the insurance card at some point
Your
to
Honor.
your property?
Yes, he left it in my car, yes.
And do you recall when he left it in your car?
Yes, I have it on video.
What date was that?
That was in August.
Of 2023?
Yes.
Can you so? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Coleman, when you asked for the insurance card, did you ask it to be delivered to your car, or did you ask it to be mailed to your home?
My parents asked him, told him to mail it to the house.
And you had no contact with him regarding the insurance card?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
Yes, Your Honor. There are no further witnesses on behalf of the people. The people would request that we move to a line over for this defendant to the Third Circuit Court and to reserve arguments.
Counsel, do you have any witnesses?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have any objections to the finding?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. So that microphone's a little loud. So, Judge, I do object to the bind over at this point. Although there has been some testimony elicited today regarding a variety of what Ms. Coleman indicated were unconsented contacts, whether these were uninvited stops at her house, requests to see Mr. Pearson's son, phone calls.
That's what they have to show, right?
Correct, they do, Your Honor. The issue, however, though, is for aggravated stalking. They have to show either that one of these unconsented contacts is in violation of a valid, served personal protection order, or that one of them involved a threat. And
It says, did engage in willful force of conduct involving repeated or continuous harassment. cause a reasonable person to feel frightened, harassed, intimidated, terrorized, and threatened. Action to frighten, harass, intimidate, or terrorize. One was in violation of the personal protection.
Right, and so that's the element of the statute, the MCL 75411I, subsection 2A, that that's what makes it aggravated stalking, is the allegation that at least one of these was in violation of a personal protection. And that's the problem that we have today. There has been no personal protection order presented as evidence to the court. There's been some oblique reference to a personal protection order. There's been no testimony as to what that personal protection order actually prohibits or what behavior it enjoins on the part of Mr. Pearson. There has been, frankly, no testimony coming from either direct personal knowledge or any document that would meet the hearsay exceptions that would establish that this personal protection order was ever served. There was a reference to a letter that was received, but again, not entered into evidence. There was not even an indication that that letter included a date of service. So there's really no evidence that the personal protection order was ever served or that he received actual notice, which is what's required by the statute. So again, at best, what we have is evidence of unconsented contact. It's insufficient for probable cause standards here. We have these rules of evidence for a reason. This is something that easily could have been produced. A copy of the personal protection order certified would have met the exceptions under the hearsay exceptions to preliminary examinations. I'm blanking on the statute, 766.11B, not produced. Service could have been, testimony related to service could have been established by an officer who served him or through production of a document, a business record, for example, establishing service. It hasn't been done in this case, Judge. So I'm objecting to bind over on that. Thank you.
Your Honor, under the statute, under section B, there is also a statement that you can have a credible threat. She testified to having a gun that was shot, that he had a gun, he threatened them with a gun, he was meeting the refrigerator in front of the children and herself. This is all testimony that she provided at different instances. And that is.
Can I ask why he submit personal protection order or at least a record showing that he was in fact served? I wasn't that.
Your Honor, I don't have it. I don't. There is a personal protection order that was served on 5.
How do I know that?
It's in the lien, but
I know
that. But I don't have the certification of it, no.
I know, I was asking why don't you?
Your Honor, I don't. I did not know to get it or how to get it. That's the most honest thing I can say.
You have the czar of personal protection order sitting right next to you.
I know. But it's also in the course of conduct, Your Honor, including making one or more credible threats against the victim. And she testified to having more than one credible threat to her.
And at least one of those actions constitute in violation of the personal protection order.
At least one of them, so it would be a.
So where do you have the one though? Because you
At
haven't
least one more
established that
would be
there was a
guaranteed.
personal protection order in place and that he was served with.
May I ask an adjournment and I.
I can't hear you, sir.
All right. The statute does indicate, did engage in a local course of conduct involving repeated or indecent or continuous harassment of one, the victim. That conduct being such would cause a reasonable person to feel terrorized, frightened, intimidated, threatened. Said conduct actually causing the victim to feel that way, and either either. At least one of the actions constitutes the offense in violation of a restraining order, an injunction, a condition of probation, or the course of conduct included making one or more credible threats against the victim, or the defendant has been previously convicted of stalking or aggravated stalking, or stalking and aggravated stalking. So at this time, I believe we are moving, based on the testimony of the witness, we would be moving to amend the information to not be the basis as the violation of the personal protection order, but the basis being a course of conduct which included the making of one or more credible threats against the victim.
So, Your Honor, I am objecting to that amendment, and this goes to my prior objection about the lack of notice as to prior bad acts. And the court did make
It was not offered as a prior bad act, for the basis of this charge, the aggravated stalking. So when you talk about a bad act, that typically goes to the defendant's character and him acting in a manner in which is consistent with that character. That's what 404B evidence goes to.
Okay, Your Honor, my response then would be, in response to the amendment, first of all, there's a lack of notice, but I understand the testimony came out the way that it did. The fact that this is completely a surprise to me because these allegations have never been produced or stated in any of the materials provided to me prior to
You
today's
acknowledge
date.
that the information can be amended at any time during, before, or after the preliminary examination. You might, if you want to cross-examine the witness as it relates to that, I'll allow that.
So, Judge, I was about to say the lack of notice was actually irrelevant. The fact that I haven't been previously notified, I'm in agreement with the court that yes, it can be amended based on the evidence that came out today. That's not my issue. My issue, though, is that the testimony that was elicited related to this so-called threat, it was so vague and amorphous, no date was given.
I'm trying to give you an opportunity to cross-examine on that one point.
So, Judge, I appreciate the offer of cross-examination. I guess my point is that we don't know when that was. It's the people's burden to establish these things. The people did not elicit any evidence or information from the complainant as to when these supposed threats were made, the circumstances and nature of them. It was just basically blurted out. This happened. We don't know when. And this could have been ages ago and not as part of this course of conduct, which is required for the harassment, or excuse me, for the harassment within the aggravated stalking section. So this could have been an isolated threat from years prior that she is still worried about, but has nothing to do with this course of conduct. It could have been something that was, a week ago. I mean, truly, we do not know, but again, not within the same course of conduct because all of these other allegations come from July and August.
Let's make it clear to the defendant. Let's have the witness step back and clarify.
That's certainly within the court's prerogative.
Yes. And let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay? I just have a couple more questions for you. They relate to a statement you made about the defendant pulling a gun and shooting, firing.
Yes.
When was that?
That was in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Just calling, you have to follow up.
I mean, based on that, Your Honor, no.
Ms. Lynch, you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. Could you elaborate or could you tell the court what happened? on the day of that event?
On the day of that event, yeah, I began working, so I was paying half of the truck note, but he wouldn't really he wouldn't allow me to drive the truck. So in August of 2022, I don't get paid when I work over the summer, so I told him, you know, give me the keys, you're not paying the note, it's in my name, it's my truck, give me the keys. And I took the keys from him, when he was asleep, I took the keys, he woke up, saw the key, he couldn't find the key, he went outside, he ripped the license plate off. He left to go drop his children off, he came back, and he grabbed the gun, and he said, you know, give me the keys, that's my truck. And I said, no, you're not paying the note anymore. This is in my name. I turned in my vehicle for that car. I showed my check stub and paperwork for me to get that vehicle. And, you know, it was always an argument back and forth about that truck. And he grabbed the gun and he said,
We're getting to the part that I really want to hear.
And
I know, Judge, I'm just waiting for questions. It's supposed to be a question and answer process.
So man, when he went to the gun, what did he do?
And he told us, I'm sorry, but y'all, we're gonna have to die today.
And who was
And
he
he
saying
was
that
talking
to?
to, it was the kids there, Carly, Callie, and Braxton. All of us were there. And he said, y'all gonna have to die today. And then we just started freaking out, and they were running out of the house, and he was chasing us around. We went through the back door. He was going through the front door so he could block us off, because my sister lives right next door, and we ran to her house.
Just so I'm clear, this was prior to the PPO.
Yes, this is like the first incident, that happened with the gun.
So then he went outside, you ran to your sister's house?
Yes, and as we were running across the grass to my sister's house, he shot the gun. I don't know where, which direction, I don't know, but he shot the gun, and he terrified those kids.
Did
They
he
are
terrify
terrified.
you?
Definitely, because it was no threat there. It was no threat, we weren't arguing, he just got upset because I told him no.
Thank you. And is there, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that there was a refrigerator that was being hit.
Yes,
Could you explain what day was that?
This was 7 months later. This was 7 months later. He was trying to
So I'm doing my math.
this was in March.
Okay.
And he was trying to steal my wallet and take my purse, because he had done it before. I had to hide my purse from him because he goes in my purse and he takes my debit card and my credit card. And so he was saying, I want something to eat, go get me something to eat, give me some money so I can get something to eat. And I said, no, I just spent $300 on groceries. No, you have a meal cooked in there. I just cooked a full course meal.
So it sounds like when you're testifying, did anything else happen?
And he got upset because I wouldn't give him money, and he started punching on the refrigerator, and the kids started crying, so I immediately got on the phone, called 911. The girls, they already know how to run out the door. They ran out the door, and he grabbed Braxton. Braxton was terrified, and he started urinating on him.
Okay.
And I was on the phone with the police, and they were asking me questions. I said, I don't know what his problem is. I don't know. He's punching on the refrigerator. He's yelling at me.
And let me stop you there, man. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me go back. When he was punching the refrigerator, what did the refrigerator condition look like?
And put dents in it. He put dents in the refrigerator door.
What kind of dents?
Sorry, did you say
Like he
you
was-
urinated on somebody?
My son urinated on him because when he was punching the refrigerator, he got frightened. Yes, so when he was punching the refrigerator, and then he stopped and he grabbed our son that we got together. And then the police I had the police on speakerphone talking to them, and they said, are there any weapons in here? And I said, I'm not sure, I don't know, because he's not supposed to have them, because he's already shot the gun once at us. I don't know. And he said, yes, I do. This is all that should be recorded.
Thank you very
on
much,
a
Ben.
police call.
Has there been, and how did you feel after this happened?
I mean, I was terrified. I didn't know whether he was gonna kill us or not. I don't know.
Thank you very much. No further questions unless there's other.
Anything else, Mr. Cohen?
This March 2023 incident you just talked about with the fridge punching,
Yes.
Mr. Pearson didn't make any threats that day, right?
Well, he said if he has to have it, he has a gun. I was on the phone with the police, and when they asked me if he has a gun, I said I didn't know. And then as soon as the police said that, does he have a weapon? He said, yes, I do have a weapon. And he went in the cabinet to grab the gun out. And he said, and if I have to have a shootout with the police, it's gonna happen. And this is all she heard, everything he said, and she said this phone call is recorded. So everything that he's saying, we can hear, and we know what he's saying. They were sending the police on right away.
Let me clarify. He didn't make any threats towards you, correct?
No, he did not.
You didn't make any threats towards the kids, correct?
Not at that time, no.
And the other incident you talked about, that was August of twenty
August of two
twenty-two.
thousand and twenty-two, yes, when
And
he
you
shot
called,
the gun.
and you called the police
The police
August,
did not show up.
so no report was ever made for this August of
No.
2022 incident?
No, only thing that was reported was when he did go to try to get, help from a psychologist, she called CPS on him because he admitted to her what he did. So CPS was involved back then in August of two thousand and twenty-two, and then again this year in October.
My question is, you never made a police report about this August of 2022 incident?
No, the police didn't show up, no, they were called and didn't show up.
And you've never made a report about it, right?
No, just talked to the CPS worker, that's the only report that's the only documentation that I have, is from CPS.
And you've talked to police officers at least twice about issues and incidents you've had with Mr. Braxton, correct? Excuse me, with Mr. Pearson,
yes.
pardon me.
Yes,
Once in April of 2023 when you sat down with the detective, right?
yes,
Once in, we looked at, looks like maybe October of 2023 when you sat down with Detective Conway.
I guess that was October, yes. I've talked to a lot of detectives and written statements.
So,
And I told them about the prior incident, but they told me, you know, they couldn't document that because they already happened prior.
so it's your testimony, you told these detectives both in April and October, and they said they couldn't document it?
Well, I mean, it was about the incidences that happened during the PPO. But when I filled out the PPO paperwork, those incidents, that incident from August was put in there. I put that in the paperwork when I filled out the PPO for the PPO protection work.
But you're saying when you spoke to detectives from the Detroit Police Department, you tried to tell them about this August of 2022 incident, they told you they could not document it, is that
Well,
correct?
that's because they were talking to me about the current incident, yes.
So they refused to document it, correct?
Yes.
What was the status of your relationship with the defendant at the time of this event?
We were separating, we were trying to work on our marriage, we were trying to rekindle things. I was up under the assumption that he was receiving psychiatric help. I was basically, he wouldn't leave. He was staying with the friends from time to time, but I wasn't keeping Braxton from him, so he would keep Braxton while I go to work. When I got off work, I would get
So it
Braxton to
wasn't
go
a
to a
situation
relationship.
where he wasn't, there was some unwanted contact, not at that time.
Yes, and that's kind of what led to the incident in March, because he was trying to force me to intercourse and things like that, and the other incidents happened when he was trying to take my money from me, things like that, but I was
At the
staying
time of
with.
this gun incident, you guys, things were beginning to fall apart. They hadn't fallen apart, or totally apart at that time. Is that right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And that,
But I tried to have limited contact with him though after the gun incident.
but you didn't tell him not to come over, or you didn't want to be bothered with him, because at that time, you were still trying to foster some kind of relationship between him and your son, right?
Yes, yes, and he would leave and go to work, and I would come home, he would leave and he would go to work, or he would stay at his friend's house. So that's kind of how it was, and I stayed a lot at my relative's house. So I tried to keep that space between us.
Your Honor, may I read your Honor?
Yes.
Well, I still have some questions if that's okay, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So Ms. Coleman, this March incident, I'll call it the bridge punching incident you testified to, you said you did call police.
Yes,
You were on the phone with 911.
yes,
Police never came out?
they did come out that time, and they told me to leave,
All right, so,
and I couldn't go back to the house.
so they told you to leave.
Yes. Because I was already gone, I'd already left, and I was at my sister's house, and they told me not to go back home. And then when the police got there, and I was getting in my car to leave, he tried to stop me from leaving, and the police was standing right there. And he stood right in front of the car, was trying to prevent me from leaving the house.
You talked to detectives about that incident in March of
It should
2023?
be written in the police report.
Did you talk to detectives and have a written statement about that incident?
I don't know if it was a written statement, but I did talk to them about this. They know exactly what happened. And they even pulled cameras to even watch footage from the incidents that have been reported. Because each incident I have caught and made a report. Like I have reports right here from a few of the incidents that have happened up until like September maybe. I have all of the incidents that, especially that go along with the videos as well, right here.
Have you seen an actual police report or a copy of a police report from this
Right.
March of 2023
No,
fridge punching incident?
No, I have not seen one.
So you don't know whether one was actually created, is that fair to say?
The only thing I received was,
And I'm just asking, is it fair to say? You
I did
don't
not
know?
receive like a copy of the tort, no. This begins on May 26th when the actual PTO was actually served.
And I'll object and move to strike again based on that same objection. She just said it was trying to testify to the service again. So I'm objecting to strike again. That's your.
The only thing I received was just a notification that there was a report written, but I don't have the actual report itself.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Bowman, you mentioned the refrigerator, you mentioned the phone incident. Has there been any other incidents after you filed the PPO, which we know the date filed was March?
It was filed March 23rd.
23rd?
Yes.
Is there an incident that happened around that time with your sister or anything like that?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, and based on this, well beyond the scope of any cross redirect, et cetera.
It sounds like you're mentioning to a married.
No. Well, we were, the defense counsel had said that there were only 2 specific instances in his questioning. And I'm trying to garner if there was any other incident that occurred for any violent act.
I only asked about the 2 incidences that she testified to that she was brought in for a limited purpose by the court to get details about actually only 1 specific incident, but we talked about 2. So I don't think I opened the door to a bunch of additional. I didn't ask her about additional incidents.
I don't recall if you asked those were the only 2 incidents.
I don't believe I did, Judge. I certainly would not have. I don't want to hear more bad things that Ms. Holman has to say about Mr. Pearson. So I was just trying to get clarity as to the timing, specifically on the shooting incident, to figure out whether it was actually part of a course of conduct, which I think was well established at this point in terms of the timing of these.
I'm not.
Thank you very much, right? No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Okay, so we have established that gun and firing gun happened, I think she said, was it August 2022?
Yes.
August 2022. So if I can see where this is going, I'm sure Mr. Corn is going to say that that's too far gone to be considered this unwanted contact. And I presume the people are going to argue that this is a verifiable language. This is a verifiable action constituting a credible threat against the complainant. And actually against members of the family as well, because she said that it went. Threat was also made to the children about we're all going to die. So Mr. Cohen, what do you say about that?
Well, Judge, the statute is very clear that that credible threat, whether made to the victim or member of the victim's family, must be part, quote, course of conduct, which is subsection 2C of 750.411I. The incident for the credible threat, not arguing about the credibility of the threat, but it's not part of the course of conduct, which is defined as a pattern of conduct composed of a series of 2 or more separate non-continuous acts evidencing a continuity of purpose. It was at a time when, as Ms. Pullman testified, they're still in a relationship, they're still trying to sort things out. This is not part of some campaign, which is what stalking is designed to combat.
And that's why I asked the questions that I asked. How big was the relationship like at that particular point in time? Ms. Lynch?
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is the beginning of, the incident where she's needing to get a deep note, where she's terrified of all these making incredible threats for her life, children's life, shooting the gun as he's exiting the house. He has also done, this refrigerator punching thing in front of the children, so much so that it terrified his own son. This is just, a list that begins where this family is being terrified by this man. Then
So which are
have-
you considering, which are you considering the credible threat?
I think the credible threat, I think there are several credible threats, but I think punching the refrigerator in front of the family, saying they're all gonna die, taking out a gun and shooting it is a credible threat. I also think that starting to harass the victim, making 90+ phone calls over and over and over, it is a continuous way to harass and stalk this victim and to terrorize her, whether it's hitting her refrigerator or it's just making 90+ calls within under an hour. I believe it's a testimony. I think this is just, and then going to a place of employment that the staff at the that a person, a principal was testified, was struck, but that the principal is calling to say he's in the parking lot. The victim then drives by, sees him in the parking lot. She's afraid to pull her car into that parking lot to even go to work.
Okay. People make a very valid argument at this moment. When I think of the statute, and I think of aggravated stalking, I think conduct like calling someone 92 times in a period of time of less than an hour, and showing up at the person's place of work, showing up at the house and walking around the house. Those certainly are contemplated when we talk about stalking. What makes it aggravating is this whole idea of the personal protection order, which has not been established really here, that there was one in effect. So people are now relying on, what's that? So people are now relying on there being, during the course of this conduct, a credible threat being made. They rely on either this incident with the alleged gun that happened back in 2022, back when the couple was still somewhat together and trying to work things out. I'm not so sure you can characterize that as a beginning of the course of conduct. Maybe you can, but anyway, this whole refrigerator punching incident, although he did not allegedly make any threat to her or the children, it did scare one of the children enough to where that child wet his pants. I know that the defendant is a rather large guy. I don't know what his temperament is. I don't know how angry he can get, but I would imagine that it would scare your own children to the point to where they wet their pants and that child felt a threat. This shouldn't have had to been this hard a bind over, and that it was a lot of things that could have been done by way of getting a personal protection order or a register of action certified to establish that the personal protection was in effect. But this was done the hard way, but yet it still was done. I think the conduct that was exhibited allegedly by the defendant certainly qualifies as aggravated stalking, and that there was at least one credible threat. I'll hang my hat on the refrigerator punching incident. Not so much as, although I could with the gun as well as that being the beginning, but I think that's too close to the call. But as relates to the refrigerator punching incident, scaring of the children and so forth, for to satisfy the people that met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges presented in the complaint. Court finds the charges were presented in the city of Detroit, court finds probable cause to be bound over to the Knight County Third Circuit Court criminal division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 20th, 2024, 9 o'clock p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the next one going to be a hold as well?
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth, what case are you hearing?
I have, Your Honor, prior, it's a set for new.
All right. Think you're gonna have witnesses on prior?
I don't think we do yet.
Okay. We'll see by the time cross exam rolls and non rolls stand.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right. Calling case 2455276, people of the state of Michigan, versus Brady Stephen Pearson. Again, is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Diana Lynch, on behalf of the people, P number 8384589.
You forgot?
I did.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, T86151. Hearing in person again with Mr. Brady Pearson, who's present out of custody. He appears to my left. Mr. Pearson, please state your name.
Brady Pearson. Today's date and time set for your examination. Are we ready to proceed with this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
Yes, your people, Your Honor, we would like to call for our first witness, Carmen Coleman.
How many witnesses do you have in all?
I will have 4.
We'll call all 4 witnesses.
I would like to call just 2, but I'll see how they call it.
Okay, call your first witness.
Here.
Please step forward, ma'am. Just like the last time, raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. Spot. When you're ready.
Good morning once again, madam. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Carmen, K-A-R-M-E-N, Breanne, B-R-E-A-N-N-E, Coleman, C-O-L-E-M-A-N.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. And just like before, I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't understand, please ask me to rephrase it or something like that. And then if you would always answer your questions with an affirmative, yes or no. Thanks. Do you know someone by the name of Brady Pearson?
Yes.
And how do you know Ms. Pearson?
We're married.
And are you currently married?
We're separated and going through a divorce.
Do you see Mr. Pearson in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And for identification purposes for the court, would you indicate where Mr. Pearson is sitting and what he is wearing?
Right there with the blue shirt and blue tie.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant, Mr. Brady Pearson.
So,
Thank you. How many children do you have, with Mr. Pearson?
Just one.
And how old is that child?
He's 3.
3. And do you have any other children as well?
Yes, 6-year-old, 7-year-old daughters.
Thank you. I want to bring your attention back to the day of March 24th, 2023. Can you remember what happened on that day?
We were getting, things ready to, my sister was going out of town, taking the girls with her. So she was going back and forth, to work her, loading her car up.
Okay, and she was loading her car up with what?
Luggage.
And whose luggage is that?
Her luggage and, my daughter's luggage.
And could you tell me what happened next?
And, we thought he was going to work because it's usually around the time that he leaves and goes to work.
Excuse me, friend.
About Brady.
Thank you.
And, I had just come from the house since he was gone. I just come from my house, which is on Tuller, to get some things, and I was loading some things in my car.
And this is Tuller. Could you give the address?
15874 Tuller.
And what city is this?
Detroit.
So, and this is in Detroit in the county of Wayne County?
Yes.
Thank you. And could you tell me what happened next?
I was standing at the side door because I had just come back in the house and I saw him pull back up. So I came back in the house and I was at the side door with Braxton. And he had come up, he said, I want to see my son. And I said, he's right here. I said, Braxton, do you want to see daddy? And he said, no. He just said hi to him, but he did not want to go with him. He asked him for a hug and he said no. So I didn't let him out the door at all to see him.
And were you preventing Mr. Pearson from seeing his son?
No.
And so you were standing there at the door with your son, Braxton.
Yes.
And then what happened next?
And then he went to the car. The girls had already gone to the car and were waiting for my sister in the car. And then he went to the car. I don't know what he said to them. And my sister called the police. And we called the police because we did have the PPO, but it hadn't been served that day. It had been approved right the day before.
And so you were getting in your car.
Yes.
And who was going in the car with you?
Braxton.
And where were the two girls going?
They were in my sister's car.
Okay, and where was your car parked?
My car was parked in my sister's driveway.
And your sister's car was parked where?
Her car was parked in the driveway as well, and it was in front of me.
Okay, so then.
I was in the back.
Okay, so then you would have to pull out and then she would pull out. So
Well, she will pull out first to let me out.
Thank you very much. So can you tell me what happened next?
And then he walked away, so we thought that, we assumed that he left. Then we got in our vehicle, she locked the front door, came to the side door, locked the side door. We get in the vehicles to leave, and she pulled out. And then before I could even pull out, like behind her, he cut me off and got behind her.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you tell me where you were heading? What was the purpose of your?
Well, I was going to my parents' house, and she was heading to go out of town.
Okay. So then you pulled out of the driveway and your sister then pulled out of the driveway? Then what happened?
My sister pulled out first, and then I was following her, but he cut me off.
Who cut you off?
Brady cut me off in the white truck.
So he had left, so he was in his car, he got in his car and left. Then
Yes.
you all decided to leave.
I assumed he left because I saw him leave and get in the truck and pull off.
Okay,
Yes.
so then your sister pulled out.
Yes.
And then was it you that pulled out immediately or is it
Yes.
something? Okay. And then what happened again?
And then he cut me off to get behind her.
All right, and so you guys were like in a train almost?
Yes.
Your sister's car, Brady's car, and then your car, is it correct?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
And then he just started, like, you could see the truck like jerk, like he was trying to portray like he was gonna hit her. And so then I called 911. And my sister, I believe she called 911 too, but when I called 911, I was telling them what was going on. And then we went around the corner and I went the opposite direction because we knew that the police sat on Puritan and Pilgrim. So we both headed toward that direction. And when I turned on, I went the opposite direction of them because they went around the corner to San Juan Street.
So they
And I
turned,
stayed
they
on
turned
Southern.
right?
Yes, they turned right and I saw them turn right. And she stopped right there at the corner store on Prairie and Puritan, because it was a police car that was sitting on that street on Prairie.
Very good. And then where did you go? Did you turn left?
I turned right in the direction, when I saw them going toward that direction, I was right behind them.
Okay. Was there any other altercation or anything else that happened?
My daughters and my sister told me that he bumped the car when she was, yeah.
And you know that, I had earlier, before the car accident, before he said, I want to see my son. Anything happened earlier in the day?
Nothing happened earlier today, just a couple days before that.
That's all right, yeah. So nothing happened before then?
No.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Coleman, your house and your sister's house are right next to each other
Yes.
on Tuller?
Yes.
And on Tuller, your house is just south of Puritan, is that right?
Yes.
And Puritan runs east to west?
Yes.
Tuller runs north to south?
Yes.
So you said you had seen Mr. Pearson get in his vehicle and pull away from your house and your sister's house?
He was in my driveway on 5874 Tuller. He was in that driveway.
Okay, but you said you had seen Mr. Pearson get in his vehicle and drive off?
And I saw him driving. As soon as we saw that, we jumped in our vehicles, because we just assumed he was leaving, going to work.
What direction was he driving when he left?
I don't know, because I jumped in my car before I even saw him hit the street.
So you saw his vehicle start to move within your driveway, but you didn't see whether he turned right or left?
Right. No, I did not see.
When you got in your car, did you see his vehicle anymore?
Yes. And he was at the edge of my driveway.
Okay, so did you turn north or south on Tuller when you actually left your sister's driveway?
It's south toward Puritan.
Puritan is to the north of Tuller.
North.
So you turned to the north?
Yes, and she turned south.
And your houses are on the east side of Tuller, is that right?
Yes, so yeah.
So when you exited your driveway or your sister's driveway, you would have been turning right to go north?
Yes.
And you said your sister's vehicle was in the lead?
Yes.
And then, now, you said Mr. Pearson cut you off. Did you see where he came from? What vehicle or what area his vehicle came from?
He was coming from the driveway.
From your driveway?
Yes.
Which is?
Because I was anticipating on following my sister, but then as soon as she passed by, he went right directly behind her, so I went the opposite way.
So are you saying then that your sister went northbound on Tuller towards Puritan and you went southbound?
No.
Did you and your sister go the same direction as?
No, I wanted to go the same direction as my sister. That was my anticipation, to follow her in the vehicle, because we were going the same direction. She was leaving to go somewhere and I was leaving to go to a different place, but we were going to drive the same way. And he cut, like before I could even make a turn, he went right behind her. So I went the opposite way, like I was going in the position to turn that way. And he cut right in front of me, so I went the other way toward Puritan.
Okay, and just to clarify again, you're saying that as your sister passes your driveway on Tuller, Mr. Pearson pulls out behind
Objection,
her?
Your Honor,
Yes.
No, I'm not clear either.
And just to be clear, your house sits to the north of your sister's house, is that right? Or is it the other way around?
So if we're going toward Puritan, that's south?
Nope, that's right.
North, okay, so hers is to the north, mine is to the south.
So then again, your sister leaves driving towards Puritan or?
South.
Okay, away from Puritan.
Yes.
Okay, so she goes south on Tuller and your sister's house again is closer to Puritan or farther from Puritan?
Closer to Puritan, it's north. Going north.
So she pulls, your sister comes south, drives past your driveway, right?
Yes.
Going away from Puritan.
Yes.
And you're saying that's when Mr. Pearson pulls out behind her?
Yes.
Right. Is that, when you saw that happen, is that when you decided to go north towards Puritan, the opposite direction?
Yes.
And you made that turn and started to go in the opposite direction of where Mr. Pearson and your sister had driven?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going north, they're going south, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that you saw some movement from Mr. Pearson's vehicle as he's behind your sister.
Like the vehicle, you see the vehicle jerking like he was hitting the gas and hitting the brake. I saw the brake lights, hit the gas, hit the brake.
And you're observing this from where?
From my vehicle. I was in the middle of the street driving toward Pearson. And I was on the phone with the police telling them what I was doing.
So you're driving again. At this point, you're on the phone with the police, you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
You're driving in the opposite direction of Mr. Pearson and your sister?
Yes.
And so when you say you're observing this vehicle
Because I see the
motion,
brake lights going on and off.
you're seeing that from your rear view mirrors?
Yes.
You weren't like turned around looking behind you, right?
No, I can see everything in my rearview mirror and in my side mirrors.
And as this is happening, you're driving farther apart from your sister and Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
Are there any kind of like speed bumps, potholes, any kind of
Yes.
bumps in the road?
Yes.
Are they actual
Speed bumps on Teller and on the street around the corner sound line.
Okay, and so these are, I mean, concrete or pavement humps in the road that are designed to keep people going fairly slow, is that right?
Yes.
And
But the direction they were going, it's one right there, it's one. Yeah, but not further down the street, it's not one. It's two speed bumps and they're closer to our houses. Just not toward the end of the street, there's no speed bumps.
so, and Mr. Pearson and your sister's vehicle would have passed over both of those speed bumps going south?
No, just one.
So going over one speed bump going
Yes.
south?
Yes, and then it's a long part of the street before they turn.
And then again, you said you turned, you were on the phone with police, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a yes?
Yes.
Thanks. And then eventually you came into contact with police, right?
Yes.
And so what you just told us today, that's exactly what happened as far as what
I
you
mean, as far as
observed.
I can remember, it's been so many incidents, everything's just running in together. I'm trying my best to remember everything, but there's so much trauma. I mean, I'm trying my best.
I understand. So is there anything else that you recall about that incident on March 24th of 2023 as far as?
I was trying to get my son to see him again. The police officer said, is it okay for him to see him? And I said, yes. And he was trying to get Braxton out of the car to see his father, and he said no. And that's all recorded on the police officer's camera.
That's the contact you had with police officers after what you talked about, correct?
Yes, and I waited there as well too, because a police officer was whoever the chief or lieutenant was supposed to come and serve him that PPO at the time. So we sat there. I sat in my vehicle and my sister sat in her vehicle for about 10-15 minutes waiting for the officer to arrive to serve him the PPO that day.
Now, you said you weren't preventing Mr. Pearson from seeing your son at this time.
No.
You were not making your son go spend time with Mr. Pearson, though, correct?
Not at all.
So
no, I wasn't trying to force my son to do anything he didn't want to do.
So when Braxton would say he didn't want to see dad, you wouldn't deliver him to your parents, for example, or a third party for him to see Mr. Pearson, right?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Quiet.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about in this case.
That's the question here.
I asked whether she had delivered her son to her parents or another third party for the purpose of allowing him to visit with Mr. Pearson.
I was just saying that.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Yeah, John, just a couple of questions.
You said there were a couple of speed bumps. So when you were looking at what you testified your rear view mirror, is that correct? You said you saw a brake light. Did you see brake lights at any other time?
I saw brake lights up until I saw them turn the corner. But there's only one speed bump right there, and then you have to go a little bit ways down to turn.
So then, what did you see that was causing the brake lights to go on?
I just saw him like really close to her vehicle. He was really close to her vehicle. I mean, I couldn't see her vehicle at all. You know what I mean? Just because he was that close up one.
So he's close on her. Also, you testified that you were stopped with and your sister's car was stopped by the police. What
Yeah.
made you stop your vehicle by the police?
Well, we knew that they were already up there, so when we left the house, we already had made the decision to go up there. Because they said it would take like 10 or 15 to 20 minutes for them to come. And, you know, we already had the girls in the car, and we had our stuff, and we wanted to leave.
So you just stopped because he was pumping his brakes behind your sister?
Well, that's what my sister stopped, because she was following her.
I see.
Yes.
All right.
We already knew the police was sitting up there, so we went right to the police.
When all this was going on, could you tell me how you felt?
I was scared, and, you know, I mean, we don't do anything to him, and he put his gun out already on me, and I didn't know if he had his gun.
Let me ask you to hold there. He didn't pull his gun out that day, though, did he?
He did not pull his gun out.
So what were you scared, that day you said you were scared?
Yes.
And what were you afraid of?
I just was afraid of my life and my children's life. I don't know what he's capable of doing. I don't know him anymore.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Now, said that the defendant, well, let me ask you this, his son, whose car was he in that time? It was their car. You have any idea why he would follow their sister? Take it to the microphone.
Sorry, I don't understand why. I don't know why.
Object, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She just said she would.
I don't know why.
I'll withdraw the objection.
I was
I want to focus on when you said that he cut you off.
Yeah.
How did he cut you off?
Well, I was in a position to turn to follow my sister, and he immediately just drove fast right behind her. So that made me just turn into the other direction. I was in a position to turn that way. Like my car was in a position turning that way. And before I could fully make the turn, I just went on ahead and went toward Puritan. I went toward Puritan.
All right, so he didn't try to ram your car or anything like that?
No,
Okay.
no.
Any questions based on my question?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing based on that. Thank you.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the people would like to call Melanie Wilson to the stand.
Okay.
Wilson, Melanie Wilson. Please call Melanie.
M-E-L-A-N.
Melanie or Melanie?
Melanie.
Oh, Melanie.
M-E-L-A-N-I-E. Wilson, common spelling. Good afternoon, ma'am. Oh. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Sure. Thank you. Please have a seat with the spots right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that will be to your left. Thank you. Put that up and place it in your lap. I need to change directions just for a moment. Mr. Kenneth. You're fine. He's in the hallway. Okay. How much stuff? Put up your waiver real fast, okay?
Just kind of stand over to the side, Judge, or?
Come on up, about to do it. Calling case 2455208, people of the state of Michigan versus Tevin Lydell Pryor. Defendants charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Kenneth, E64800 on behalf of sir, please state your name.
So there's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Mr. May.
Yes, Your Honor. After discussing the matter with my client, he's indicated he wishes to waive his examination. He's executed the waiver.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So you understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you won't have one and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the claim form. You understand that? You understand the nature and purpose of the preliminary examination? Okay, if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crimes you're charged with were committed in the city of Detroit, and if it's probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but probable cause to be committed. They would do so by calling witnesses to come forth and testify as to what allegedly took place. Your attorney would have an opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. At the end of the day, if I'm satisfied that the people have met their burden of probable cause, then I would bind it over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, where you would be arraigned on the information, which means that you're told what you're being formally charged with. And from that point on, you either schedule a trial or entertain any plea negotiations that may be available to you. By waiving your preliminary examination, we skip that part about witnesses coming forth and testifying, and you're acknowledging that there's at least probable cause for you to be charged. So you would go to Wayne County Third Circuit Court in about 2 weeks. You'll be arraigned on the information, which means told what you're formally being charged with. And from that point on, you will schedule for trial or entertain any plea negotiations that may be available to you. You understand now? Is this still your wish to waive your preliminary examination? Is anyone forcing you to do so? Has anyone promised you anything? Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily? Yes. Any objection from the people?
No objection.
The court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be February 20th, 2024 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued. You know, this defendant looks a lot like the passenger in the car that road rage me. That wouldn't be you, but you don't know Mr. Colbert, do you?
Judge, we did want to ask if the court would review. I know my client is on a tether. It's with house arrest. He indicates that on the 19th, he's starting a job that would be from 7 a.m. to about 4 p.m. We were hoping the court would allow, obviously, we're not asking to change the no contact provision, but we'd ask if the court would allow 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to allow them to get to and from work and potentially stop the grocery.
What are the hours again?
7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Well, I need the 6.
Oh, so that give him an opportunity if he needs to stop and get gas or if he needs to pick up groceries or needs to.
That's on that. People.
I think we have a moment to vote. I just want to make sure.
All right. All checks out, Mr. Connecting 6 o'clock.
That's fair, Judge. Thank you.
People.
Thank you, Judge. I just think and she did not indicate that there have been any problems in contact
with my client's mother is handling, so there's a third party. So.
There hasn't been any problem with the yes.
All right,
So given that, I don't think there's much.
okay. 65, Mr. Kenneth, give me a proposed order statement.
Thank you, Judge.
Is otherwise.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we're back on the record on People versus Brady, Stephen Pearson.
Of course, education. And would you state your name and spell it for the record?
Melanie Wilson, MELANID, Wilson, WIL1LSON.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'm going to be asking you some questions today, and if you don't understand something, or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, and just say, no, I need it repeated. And when you answer, if you have an affirmative or a negative, please say yes or no as opposed to shaking your head. Thank you very much. Do you know someone by the name of Brady Pearson?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Pearson?
He's married to my sister.
And do you see Mr. Pearson in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
For identification purposes for the court, could you indicate where Mr. Pearson is sitting? And could you provide a description of something he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right. He's wearing a navy blue whole back tie, and light blue shirt, khaki pants, and glasses.
Thank you. Your Honor, please let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Brady Pearson.
So no.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to bring your attention back to the date of March 24th, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any event or something that occurred on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you on that day?
In the home, in my house. I just got home.
And what was the address?
15880 Tullen.
And the city?
Detroit, Michigan.
So this is in Detroit and it's in the county of Wayne.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the court what happened on March 24th?
I arrived home with my two little nieces. We were packing their things because we were going up north for the weekend. And it was a common normal day. We were excited. And all of a sudden, Ray showed up banging at the door, hitting the door. And we were just all terrified at that moment.
Let me just stop you right there. So you and your sister, do you live in the same vicinity? You live next door?
My mom's house and dad's house is next door where she resides, and I'm on the other side of her.
So, and did you hear the banging on whose house?
My house. I was in the, I was around probably the room, dining room, with the girls.
Okay, and only you and the two girls?
We were in the house. All of a sudden, my sister just come running out the house. I don't know how she just came and ran in the house.
Okay.
Yeah. She said, he's here, he's here.
Okay. And the two girls that you're speaking of, who are they?
Her daughters, Carly and Callie.
And these are your
nieces.
And when you, can you go back to where you said Mr. Pearson was knocking on the door? Or?
He was banging on it. He was not knocking.
Okay.
He was banging. And I went to the side door and I told the girl, go to the front door, just stay there, don't move away. And I had to see to make sure, because she was like, he's here. So I went to the back door and I opened the curtain and he was just standing out there. Let me in,
Okay, and so you saw that it was actually Mr. Brady?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so it sounds like you're saying he said let you in. Did he say anything else when he was banging on the door?
Yes.
And what did he say?
I said, Ray, go away. You know, you should be at my house. I told you you're not supposed to be here. And he said, I want to come in. My son is in there. And his son, I don't even know if he was in there. I don't know where Colonel was at the time. So I said, no, I'm gonna call the police. And he said, call us in at the police. I am the police. I said, Ray, no, I'm gonna call the police. And he said, call them. I know that they ain't gonna do nothing. So I went in the house and I called the police.
So when you called the police, how did you feel when you heard this banging on the door, or even before you
I was scared to death. I thought he was coming to kill us.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was going to kill you, or is that just something you
He's
thought?
always said he was gonna kill us. I'm gonna get y'all can't get away from me, so it was like he was always been trying to get us. And
So on this date though, did he say something like that, or is that just from before?
he was doing from before, but his demeanor, like he was kind of breaking the door, he kept trying to pull the knob and just wouldn't stop banging and pull the knob, I'm coming in, I'm coming in.
What kind of door was it?
I have a door gate, a security door.
Okay.
Then I have a white door. The white door was not locked. The security door, the top lock was locked, but it wasn't the deadbolt wasn't open. So I was scared he was gonna break the lock off because he wouldn't let it go. And I kept calling the police, telling them, can't you hear outside yelling? That's him yelling.
Okay. So then, you stated he was at the front door and then.
He was at the
Side door? And then where did your sister come in the house?
She came into the side door. Because I remember at some point, I don't know where she came in. I just saw her little boy at the back door and he was crying and stuff. And I was like, oh, we gotta go. And so I was trying to get the girls out.
Okay. Did Ms. Coleman and her son enter the house before Mr. Pearson was knocking on the door?
I believe so, yes. Because the baby was down there and I didn't, all I heard her say was he's here.
Okay.
And we were on our way out of town. So we felt trapped in the house, he wouldn't let us leave.
Okay. Could you tell me what happened next?
I told the girls, the police, I kept calling the police, they kept saying, well, man, does he have a gun? I said, I haven't seen a gun, but I know he has a gun. He's threatened us with a gun before. So they were like, ma'am, we will see if we can get out there because nobody available or whatever they said, I can't remember. So I went to the front door to get the girls. I was like, I told them, I said, look, police won't come to us. We called them numerous times and I had just come home and I saw the police around the corner. I think it was on Prairie and San Juan and Pearson. And I was so scared because I didn't know what to do. So I told the girl, we got quick, we're gonna get in the car. And we're gonna go to the police.
Okay. Let me stop you there. Where was your car parked?
It was back in the garage because we had just put the luggage in there.
Okay, so, and then where was your sister's car parked?
She had gotten there before me and she was parked forward in my driveway.
So it's in your driveway,
Yes.
she's parked first, you're second, you're closer to the sidewalk, is that true?
Correct.
So you told the girls to get out, how did the girls get out of the house?
I told him, when he was at the back door, I said, well, he back there yelling and screaming, he was like, I'm not going nowhere. So I was like, okay, well, we didn't know what to do. I called my daddy, said, get out, I'm going to the police. I ran to the girls, I said, I'm gonna click, run and get in the car seat. Ran and got in the car, and I clicked it locked. And then I was like, Carmen, he gonna go that way. Cause he hit the clicker. I said, you get in your car, take off, as soon as I get back in. Because we knew when he saw her get in the car, he was gonna come after her. So he did. All of a sudden, I saw him at the car doing something to the girls. I don't know what he was doing. I said, Carmen, go now, go now. So she ran out and got in her car. I don't know, I looked out, I didn't know where he was. So I ran out. My doors, when I closed them, they automatically locked at the bottom line. So I ran out and I got in the car and I just started driving out the driveway.
All right.
I don't know where he was.
Very good. So then, you had testified that he was talking to the girls, but when you got into the car, you didn't see him at your car.
I didn't know where he was. He was on the steering wheel side on the line, and I saw him bend over. I didn't know what he was saying to them, but I was scared. I was like, oh my God. And then when Carmen said, go down.
So then, did your sister leave before you left the house?
She left outside. She went outside of the house and got in her car.
So while he was at the car talking to the girls, she got out of the house. And then did you get out of the house?
When I looked to see where he was, I didn't see him. So I ran and jumped in my car and I just started driving out the drive and I just drove over to the left. And I don't know where my sister was. She came out the driveway, but I was trying to get to the police on Prairie. I said, I know the police are around there. And that's what I was trying to do to get to the police.
All right, so then you pulled out of the driveway. Then what happened next?
All of a sudden I saw him on my tail, and it was a big white truck on my tail, and I was like, where did he come from? Why is he on my back? My sister, he passed my sister, and then I turned left, and as I turned it, because I was driving, not speeding, but I was driving fast to get to the police, as fast as I could. And then sometimes he bumped the car, he hit the car, when I was turning.
I'm sorry. Could you, so you're driving down the street, are there speed bumps on that road?
Yeah, it was speed bumps.
Okay. And did you go over how many speed bumps? Do you recall?
The first one I went over was on my street, and I went over the bump, and that's when I noticed he was right on my tail, so I took
So
off.
when you say that he's on your tail, what does that mean? How close was he?
Like right up on, like coming up on me like a movie, like, like that. And then I took off, I said, behind me, so I took off. And then I made a left, I said, well, the police were to the left, so I made a left at Pilgrim. And then when I made the left, he was right on my tail. I said, you could hear his car running, you could hear the car.
Okay.
And so I took off faster, and as I was turning to San Juan, he bumped the car. I didn't know whether he bumped it, but he was to my left. He was trying to run me off the road.
Do you know where the car was hit?
It was bumped like to the left side.
To the left. Was there any damage to the car?
No, not any serious.
Could you hear anything in the car?
I heard the boom.
And how did you feel when you heard the boom?
I was like scared for my life. I couldn't believe what was happening.
And what were the children doing at this time?
They were one was in the back, one was in the front. They were screaming. The one when they started screaming and crying around. And then as I turned the corner, I was trying to go faster to get away from them. And when I turned, it wasn't any car to the left, so he went around the left of me. They was driving on the side and looking at me. And I was trying to go faster because I didn't know he was going to shoot. I thought he was going to try to shoot.
Forgive me, I'm not familiar with this area. Is that a highway? Is that a two-lane road?
It's a residential area.
So how many cars would normally be going past each other?
That time of day, it's not really a lot of cars. Normally in the evening, it's a lot of cars.
Okay, are there two lanes, one for one person, one car, but one
No, it's
person?
just one lane. If you are in the lane together, you have to get over, you have to move on. You can't go down the lane together.
Okay, so your car was bumped, and then you noticed that he made that turn, he came side by side with you.
Came over to my left on my side.
On your left side, and so he was in the driver's side.
Yes.
Well, was there anybody in his passenger seat? And then there was your car next to him.
Yes.
And then what was happening at that time when he was going side by side?
I thought he was trying to shoot in the car, because I do know that he has a gun, and he shot before us, so I.
So let me stop. Did he have a gun? Did you see a gun at that time? Did he shoot the car?
No.
So, but you still felt, how did you feel?
I thought it was gonna shoot me.
Okay. Did you feel that there could be, that if there was no gun, how could you be hurt?
That he could run us off the road. I was afraid he was gonna run us off the road.
So with his vehicle is what you're saying?
Yes.
And when the girls heard the bomb, what did they, you said they started crying?
They started screaming and crying.
Was anything said? Were the windows down? Were the windows up?
I was just trying to get to the police. I didn't say anything. I had nothing to say to them. I was trying to get to the police.
And when you looked over to see whose car it was, who was in that car next to you?
To the left?
Yeah, that was on your left.
It was him, right?
Okay. And what was he doing when he was driving?
He was looking at me saying something.
But you don't know what he said.
You know, it was like, and I just kept riding.
Okay. And then what happened next?
Well, when I approached when I saw the intersection coming up, I was just praying. I was like, God, get me here. So I was like, I gotta get there. So he was still on to my left side, and I couldn't believe it. So then the car was to the left, so he slowed down and get behind me, and was up on me. So when I got to the intersection, I couldn't count to three. I said, I counted three because when you stopped enough. So I looked to the left to see if anything was coming, and I saw a car coming that way. And I said, I gotta make this turn because he's up on me. So we made a turn, and then he wasn't able to turn because the car was coming. So I made a right turn, and as soon as I saw the police, I just started speeding to the police. and I jumped out of my car, I stopped right there where they were standing, and I jumped out and I ran up to them.
Ma'am, why did you feel that you needed to see the police?
Because I thought Brady was trying to kill me. And I wanted them to protect me, I wanted to get some help.
And again, who was in the car with you?
Carly and Calvin.
How many times did he hit your car?
Just once, he bumped it once.
And then once you stopped for the police, what happened?
Jumped out and I ran to them.
And what happened then?
I asked him, I said, help me, he's trying to kill me, he's chasing me down, he's bumping my car, he's trying to run me off the road. And they're like, ma'am, calm down, cool, and I was pointing him right here, right there. And then he stopped at the stop sign and he got out and he walked out, just real calm.
And when you were pointing to the police, who were you pointing to?
Brady.
Did anything happen after that?
They walked up to him and asked him some questions, and I heard him yelling, she got my son in the car, I just want my son is in the car.
And did you have this son in the car?
He knew he wasn't in the car, no, I didn't.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Ms. Wilson, on March 24 of last year, what kind of vehicle were you driving?
My niece, I had to take out the car for my son to get in the car, now one thing,
So it was a sedan,
yes, I don't know cars, but yes.
and the vehicle that you say Mr. Pearson was driving back on March 24th is a larger white SUV type vehicle?
Yes.
When you drove out of your driveway, did you go southbound away from Puritan?
Yes.
And was your sister traveling along the same direction southbound on
I
Puritan?
believe so, yes.
So did you see, you saw this white SUV come out behind you on Tuller, right?
I didn't see him come out behind, I saw this big white truck behind me, like right up on me.
So you didn't actually see the vehicle come out behind you, it sounds like. You just saw it, you looked back at some point in your mirror and saw it behind you. Is that
I
right?
saw this big object in my mirror approaching me, yes.
And did you at that time know or see whether your sister, Ms. Coleman, was traveling in that same direction as you?
She went that way, I know she went that way, I saw her go that way.
So you saw her turning the same direction as you?
She was in front, way in front.
So she actually left before you?
No, I left first, because I had her blocked in, she couldn't leave before me.
Okay, so when you're saying she was way up, I guess I'm confused. Was she in front of your vehicle or behind your vehicle?
She was in front, she went in front of me.
So did she have to pass you then to do that?
Yes,
And this would have been on Tuller?
yes,
And again, Tuller being a residential street, right? Sorry,
yes.
thank you. You just need verbal answers. I can see you, but the court reporter can't take your nods. And so there's often cars parked on either side of the street, at least for part of Tuller in that area. Right?
Yes,
And you said Tuller itself is fairly narrow, correct?
yes,
So difficult for two vehicles to go side by side, especially if they're parked vehicles on either side, right?
yes,
So you said your sister pulled out, as you're going southbound on Teller away from Puritan, you saw your sister's vehicle pull out around and go past you.
yes, because I kind of waited for her to go past me so she could be safe.
And after you see your sister pass you, then at some point again, you look back and see this white vehicle coming toward you. That's a yes.
Yes,
And now you turned, when you got to the intersection, Tuller, you turned left.
yes.
And is that when you said, Mr. Pearson's vehicle struck yours? Right.
In between the turn, yes, because I was going relatively faster, trying to get away from him when I noticed he was on my trail, trying to push me over. He kept trying to get around me.
So this was on Tuller, and you said he was trying to get around you?
As soon as we make that first left on Pilgrim.
And Pilgrim runs parallel to Tuller, is that right?
Yes,
So when you say first left, it actually would have been two left turns to get
Yes.
onto Pilgrim.
yes,
And so you don't have stop signs at either of those intersections, Tuller and the east-west
Yield
street.
sign.
So you didn't have to come to complete stops before making either of those left-hand turns.
That's correct.
Right, you said you're going quickly, right?
I was going faster than I normally drive, yes.
And saw this white big SUV was also traveling quickly behind you, right?
Yes,
And as you're making, it sounds like the second left onto Puritan is when you felt that vehicle impact yours?
yes.
Still going relatively quickly, correct?
As I was turning, I was braking.
And what part of your car did it actually
I
impact?
believe it was the left side.
So
As he was on my left side, and I just assumed he hit my left one went up like this.
so when you say left side, you mean your driver's side?
Yes,
All right, and did you actually see that white SUV make impact or contact
I
you
saw him right before me. Yes, I did. I looked at it. And it started my rearview mirror.
when his vehicle struck
Yes.
yours? So other than the driver's side of your vehicle, are you able to give any more specifics as to what part of your vehicle, you say this vehicle rammed into?
He was mainly to the left, he was in the back, but he wasn't directly in back of me. He was back of me to the side of me.
And your color of vehicle was, what color? The Impala?
The silver gray.
Silver gray, all right. So this impact felt hard, yes?
Yes, it was hard enough for me to feel, yes. And be scared to death, yes.
And your two nieces in the car, this was a hard enough impact that it actually, they fell within the
Yes.
vehicle, is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, now you said one was in the front and one in the back?
Yes.
Were they were not belted in then, it sounds
Yes,
like?
they were belted in.
How did they actually fall then, when the vehicle was impacted?
I don't know how they felt. I just know that they were on the seat and kind of down in the seat, like crouched up a little bit. I guess when they hit and him chasing us, scared him, but he just crawled into the seatbelt, kind of crunched in the seatbelt.
Okay, so when you say they fell, did they actually fall off the seats down into the
Kind of
footwell?
halfway.
Or, I don't know what feedback is, but sorry. Now, eventually you get around the corner and you're able to flag down police or stop and contact police, right? And you told them everything that happened. You showed them your vehicle, right?
Yes,
And they looked at it, correct?
yes, I suppose, yes.
Your vehicle didn't actually have any visible damage from this impact.
We looked at it and we didn't see any visible damage.
Didn't see any paint transfer or anything like that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, ask Nancy.
I'll withdraw the question. Did you stick around on scene? Sounds like you stuck around at least long enough to see police have some interaction with Mr. Pearson.
To hold him, to detain him until I left, yes.
So you didn't see what happened after you left then, as far as between Mr. Pearson and
I
the
went,
police?
they told me don't leave, and, they just, I just stayed behind the police, so he wouldn't get to me. And they talked to the girl, they asked the girl some questions.
So again, before you turned on Puritan to go towards where you had seen police earlier, you're on this street called Pilgrim, right?
At this point, I think I was on San Juan, and I was approaching Puritan.
San Juan is another north-south street though, to the east of.
San Juan was right behind my street, so I was left, and then Puritan was there, and I was right.
And you're saying on these residential streets is where Mr. Pearson's vehicle was actually next to your car traveling parallel, correct?
Yes, because as I turned and he hit me, he came around to my side and was trying to run me over, run me off the road. He kept trying to get up on my car and he was doing like this, was yelling at me.
So, and for the record, Your Honor, the witness was gesturing in a pointing fashion,
Yeah.
sort of away from herself at about face level.
So,
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I don't have any further.
any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Chief Justice. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, what's your occupation?
I'm a math teacher, 34 years.
Thank you for your service. Mhm. How old are the children that were in your car?
At the time, it was 5 and 7.
Right, what size are these children?
Callie's little, we call her itty bitty, and Carly's a little taller and slender.
Slender, small,
Little teeny.
So when they were in the seatbelt and you said that the kind of slid or things became a little strange, were they in a child seat?
No, they were in their seatbelt, the car seatbelt.
Okay. And why wasn't there a transfer of the children's seats into your car?
No objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Why is this relevant?
Well, it goes towards that they left in a hurry, that they weren't able to transport the child safety seats into the car. So they were leaving. Okay, thank you. Did you, when you were pulling out of the driveway, when did you see Mr. Pearson's car?
When he approached me, he was back up on it, because I had no idea where it was.
And where was that? Is it one house down? Is it half a mile down Salt Lake?
Must have been I'd say 3 or 4 houses down.
3 or 4 houses down.
Because I didn't speed out the driveway, I just turned out.
Okay.
To let my sister out.
I see. Were you paying attention to where your sister was going?
I was trying to get away and get out, get to the police, but I didn't want to leave her.
So where was your focus as you were leaving? You saw this white car coming up on you.
It was to get to the police, to get help, so that they can understand I was calling them. But that's the first thing I said, I'm calling you, I'm not coming, help me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you,
No,
ma'am.
thank
You may
you.
step down.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will not be calling you for witnesses.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
People,
Your Honor, at this time, the people would request that the defendant is bound over to the Third Circuit Court.
on all the charges,
On all charges.
how did you get count 1?
Your Honor, it was with the first witness.
First witness indicated that you didn't try to hit her with the car.
Let me take a look. Your Honor, the people would move to dismiss. We would amend the charges and we would dismiss count 1 and we would bind over for count 2 and count 3.
Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am objecting to bind over, and what I'm asking the court to do is consider credibility in this case.
What was inherently incredible about this witness's testimony?
What was inherently incredible, Your Honor, is her allegation that on a very narrow residential street, of which she admitted parked cars on both sides, she even said it's too narrow for 2 vehicles to go side by side. Then she says both that her sister goes around her, which directly contradicts Ms. Coleman's testimony, first of all. So there's some credibility issues there, clearly. Ms. Coleman says,
Does that mean she's credible or does that mean she's wrong?
I would argue with no credibility, Your Honor. I mean, certainly we have 2 very contradictory statements related to that. It's a collateral issue. So moving on though, she claims again on these narrow streets that Mr. Pearson in this large SUV, which the court's actually seen, actually I back up, sorry, that's an unrelated matter. A large SUV was testified to though, is supposedly next to her vehicle on this very narrow residential street. The part that's truly difficult to believe is she claims that going at a decent rate of speed, that she says this large SUV hits her sedan. I mean, hard enough, she described it, I think, or agreed that it was a hard impact. Hard enough, she felt it jarred the kids. And yet there is no evidence of any impact whatsoever. That is the part that's incredible. That an SUV versus a car at a decent rate of speed, even if it is during a turn, whether it's a ramming move or a side swipe, it wasn't really described, but that it left no visible evidence, it beggars belief. So that, in and of itself, I think, especially when taken in conjunction with her own testimony about the nature of the streets during which this supposed pursuit took place, where he's next to her, mean mugging her, and then supposedly ramming into her vehicle, contradicted again by her own sister, where they contradict each other. I think that is enough, and I'm sure the court's familiar with People v. Anderson. I can pull a site if I need to find it. This is the general, stands for the general proposition of the court at the district court level, right, can and should assess credibility and may decline to bind over if, in fact, the witnesses are incredible. So I would ask the court to not bind over on that basis. Thank you.
How do you explain no damage to the vehicle?
Oh, Your Honor, I think when the car slowed down to go at a slow speed to make a turn like that, it's very credible that you could actually bump the car and not have any damage. I mean, to say that I've had it happen myself, right? You can have cars that actually hit each other. They're made to absorb some type of damage to the car. I
These
find
cars
that.
these days.
Oh.
Maybe back in the day when they used to make cars out of steel.
Oh, no, I think the plastic has some give. It's happened to my car. But I also, you know, that I think these witnesses are very credible. I think simply, one of the sisters may have the indication of how they're pulling out of the driveway, wrong. But I certainly think as to the credibility, I think they're both very credible witnesses, that there was a bump on the car. I actually had the two daughters here to bring them in to testify on the bump, and I felt that it would just be redundant testimony and to save court time. But I'd be happy to let me bring them in to talk about it. But there was definitely a hit on the car. The women left the house in fear of their life, as they both testified, and they're both leaving and fleeing, what they thought to be a very horrific incident with Mr. Pearson. And I think in the haste, maybe they got the directions, they were confused on that. Clearly, they haven't talked about it to each other, they got this sort of strict, where they were coincided it. So I think it's kind of credible that they're actually that close and a different story. But that they're both leaving, they're both right. And it's very clear both of them were traumatized by the event.
So I have my own experience, had cases where inmates have testified, it would seem to be like they were in two different places. Stories were so diverse. And to me, and I argued to the jury that only linked to their credibility, that they didn't get together on the story and make up, because people perceive things differently. And we even have a jury instruction at one point that says that they just may honestly get some facts wrong. So clearly somebody's wrong about the direction that they were going in, but that's not the case. That's sort of answer that. What's important here is whether the defendant used his car as a weapon towards Melanie Wilson as she was driving the vehicle. She indicates that that did in fact happen, that he bumped her car. Can't explain why there wouldn't be some damages. I guess it's possible depending on how fast they were going and how violent the bump is. I don't know. Just the other day, I was pulling out of my garage and my stupid self left the lift gate up on my trunk, pulled out, and I heard boom, boom, crash. Ripped my windshield wiper clean off, but no other damage done to the vehicle, not even a scratch. And I could feel the impact. Boom, boom, shook the vehicle. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. Ms. Lynch. These vehicles can withstand something. I don't know. All in all, I think it's a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. court after hearing testimony of the two witnesses. We dismiss count one for insufficient evidence, to bind over on count 2 and 3, finding those counts for offending in the city of Detroit, court finding probable cause to believe this offender committed. Then it will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court of proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be February 20, 2024, at 9 p.m. Are there any issues as to bond?
Your Honor, please, I would ask that there's no contact with the victims.
There hasn't been any since this case has been.
There has not.
Okay.
You said it was the 20th, Your Honor?
Yes. Because the 19th is holiday.
Your Honor, before I make a mistake, may I just run and ask, double check with the victims to make sure there's no contact with your.
Mr. Cohen, you wanted to say something?
No, Judge, I didn't think the court had previously, I'm sorry, the court had previously made a modification to the tether hours so that Mr. Pearson could see. That's primarily what we wanted to accomplish and have already.
I need a dismissal as a count.
I will go on out, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the victim states that there had been this call, and I just want to ensure that the defendant is aware that phone calls, any kind of contact at all driving down the street, that is also part of this restraint.
So you're not learning disabled, right?
Sir, I have not told you.
You didn't hear the question. Let me try it again. You're not learning disabled, right?
Never.
You understand what we mean by no contact, don't you?
Yes.
I'm not saying that you contact anybody. I'm just making sure you understand what we mean by no contact. You understand that if you do contact these complaining witnesses in any form or fashion, you're going to sit in jail. You understand it, right?
Correct.
That's not where you want to be, is it?
No.
Okay. All right, bond continue. No contact means no contact, sir. Mr. Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth.
Sorry, Judge. I'm just waiting for an email to order.
I know. I wanted to ask you some questions about it.
Sorry.
What's this business about the indigence of the defendant? All costs associated with this order assumed by what cost?
That's basically on our templates that's put on the bottom because all we do is appointed words so that if there was something, if there was discovery copies ordered, it's any cost is what is the court bears the cost. This shouldn't have any.
This looks like it has, I mean, it's kind of misleading that it looks like if I was to be reading this, that the tether, you're asking the tether to be absorbed by the county.
That was not my intent, Judge. I can reword it, but my intent was more if there's any costs
that should be a
associated.
separate order. Well, that concludes the docket for today. The vote will proceed tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time. Okay.
Mr. Collins, did you need something to say? Oh, no, I'm just waiting for the business. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. Bye, Mr. Holmes.
Take care.
Oh, I have another case. Was it right? We waited for. Oh, you waited. You did. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, let's go. Don't scare. Thank you very much. Yeah, Shelley. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
I was going to ask if you had any feedback for me on my approach, on my work at all.
with the statute. Okay. Personal protection.
So we pulled the certificate. And we pulled a certificate that's showing on the front. And the certificate does not have a date of service on it. But we has a service date. That shows it.
So you can't turn it over to certain charge. Just
Right, and so. So can the officer in charge is not here today? Right. And that's. So that was sensible. And not knowing the impact, I didn't want to lie to you. I just wanted to say, I did not know the service, so I tried to be honest. And that the first thing what I'm doing is the truth. So, is that the appropriate thing to do is to say, I did. Okay, yeah, but I mean, it was just the truth. I mean, I didn't know. So. Yeah. So is it moves to Third Circuit, they could testify that by the person in charge. This is what it says. That it's served. Unless that thing of service is not something that's waiting to go to waiting to be filed with the person. Okay. And then I didn't bring the two little girls who would testify that the front was locked, and they were just so traumatized. I just okay.
Say that.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you for your time. So appreciate it. Thank you. Bye, ladies. Have a good day.
On this line over last week.
Diane, Lord.
I charged them.
Diane Short, you know, but Diane Short, you know. It's not Diane Short, low, so we can look Diane out. I know. Stroking on the old banjo. Come on now.
Oh, no, 12 was reduced. Yeah, count 12 amended to be. That's $200. I did it wrong. I put add 17.
Well, they did add 17.
Yeah.
That's not the case. It was.
I forgot to add 12.
The amended. Everything just, it right on the song.
Good. Did you get my email?
Yes.
Yeah, and those things were so stupid. And they said they listened to it, you know, 7 to 8 with the DVD. It was the little stuff. I didn't put sick on one name, it was stupid little things like, they're little ones weren't rushing doing it. But the prosecutor, he didn't want to do anything. Just I gave them the original copy and they have to collect the copy, so they can see the difference. That's the first time it's ever happened to me in 30 years. I hate to read back. I get nervous and I want to rush. But I will read back if you don't mind waiting a few minutes so I can go over it. But when I read back, it takes me a while because I get visualized. But I want to rush. Like this, so if you don't mind waiting, I can do it. I mean, anytime, yeah, but anytime they need. I just need that time to look it up. It's computerized. Bye, everyone. Have a good day. Bye, Diana. Diana. Just go. I'm terrible with things. Diana. Okay.
You can sit down.